Hey everybody, what's going on?
Everyone, you all likely recall Sabur Ahmad, the whiniest, most cowardly creationist on the entire internet, and his fake debate challenge for yours truly. Here's the latest anticlimactic news on that front. In case you need a recap, I made a long reaction video about him and one of his idiot apologist friends where I debunked them for 3.5 hours while drinking scotch. This upset them greatly, so they pretended that they wanted to fly me to London to debate me, while simultaneously not contacting me or making any effort whatsoever to actually schedule a debate with me. You know, like pathetic, disingenuous cowards.
And so I'm going to offer him fully paid trip to the UK, hotels, flights, everything covered. Anything else that he wants covered will be covered as well, inshallah, for a debate on is Darwinian evolution a fact and is intelligent design science?
So I look forward to your email where you will be outlining how funds will be transferred over to me in
What happened in the morning stream? Had to delete it, just so I don't risk community guideline issues.
order to book my travel to foggy London town. All right then, cheerio, love. Well, after 2 months of complete radio silence, on July 6th, I got this email from Beacons of Sanctity Stratford. They wish to inform me that they have scheduled 3 debates. You read that correctly. It does not say, "Hi Dave, we are interested in figuring out when you are available to come to London to debate Sabur." It says, "Here are 3 dates, spread out over a week and a half, all of which are in Birmingham, not London." Of course, this must be discussed in a timely manner. There are so many details to lock down post haste. Please confirm if these dates work for you and get back to us as soon as possible. Seriously, get back to us so quickly because we like to keep a tight ship over here. Anyway, I responded that same evening with this. We don't need 3 debates, just one will do since they will all turn into the exact same circus sideshow of me trying to teach Sabor 9th grade biology. I don't want to be in the UK for a week and a half, I have a family, and also this was supposed to happen in London, not Birmingham. I specified that in general I am available in October, and I was genuinely eager to reach an agreement. Well, you won't be surprised at all that there was no response whatsoever to this email. It's been 10 days, and beyond the fact that I don't even have any clue who these people are because Sabor refuses to email me himself, there has been no discussion of dates, no discussion of transferring funds, just nothing. I guess they had a change of heart, huh? But what's this? On July 7th, virtually simultaneous to that email, Sabur went live on his channel to triumphantly announce the confirmed and finalized debates.
The funding's been sorted because that was a big thing, right? Because that's a lot of money and it's been sorted, right? So the funding's been sorted. The venues are sorted. The actual dates have been sent to him as well. So they're in contact with him.
That's right, everyone. The debates are totally scheduled and everything is locked in. Why would Dave have any issue with these random dates that we never consulted him about a single time? Name one reason why Dave wouldn't be available for half of October. You can't do it because there is none. And even if he were agreed to these precise dates, we weren't going to email him back anyway. So when the debates don't happen because they were never scheduled or intended to happen at all, it'll be because silly Dave backed out. Don't get mad at us.
And the first thing I wanted to say is all his fanboys and bots who were continuously attacking us, saying you're backing out today, you're scared. They didn't understand that it takes a lot of time to set these things up. You can't just do them willy-nilly.
Yeah, all of Dave's bots, also known as normal people who know we're totally full of shit, please stop attacking us and reminding us every day that we are loser cowards, desperately trying to deceive our brainwashed flock into thinking that we are moving forward with a debate that we will never ever do.
Yeah, they're used to, phone call debates, They pick up the phone and they call someone and they debate with them, I think this is how official debates works.
They used to pick up the phone and debate. I'm pretty sure nobody has done that ever, but it would work a lot better than pretending to schedule fake debates.
And yeah, I got many of these children sending emails on this and that while you're running away from, but they were actually very. I barely saw them in the midst of the tens of thousands of people. I barely saw them, to be honest. I like they gradually, slow down, then they completely disappeared.
Yes, he barely noticed everyone mocking him every day in between the tens of thousands of emails he gets praising him for his brilliance. What's not to believe there?
He was saying things like, "Oh, it's not going to happen," and it's like him and his followers. They were trying to say that I'm a coward because I haven't set it up. When it takes time to set these things up, right?
No, you're a coward because you've never emailed me a single time to set up a debate, because you don't actually want to debate me, because you're a pathetic toddler coward.
I didn't want to have a back and forth online. I didn't want to do that because he is somebody that you can tell is quite cowardly just by the way he is, the way he talks. He's quite feminine, right?
Wow, projection and misogyny. What a combo.
You know, a lot of people don't realize who are out there trying to challenge us and stuff that, they're not the most important thing. I mean, for me, I'm having discussions on my channel with academics, right? People right at the top.
Yeah, you're too busy to debate me, but you'll whine about how mean I am on your channel every chance you get. That checks out. So there you have it, everyone. Sabor is officially the most pathetic creationist I have ever encountered. He can't handle being humiliated because his fake image as some kind of scholar is his entire currency. He makes 100% of his living off of donations. So to be seen for the pathetic science-illiterate loser that he is would be career suicide. But of course he can't actually debate me or he would look even dumber than he already does. So he lies about getting funds and intending to transfer them to me, pretends that 3 debates have been confirmed, makes no attempt to arrange anything with me or communicate with me by email even a single time, and then will inevitably announce that I've backed out, probably the week before, never having even booked anything at any venue. I know that you are already aware of how pathetic Sabor is, but let's make sure his brainwashed flock knows it too, shall we? Go ahead and mock him relentlessly whenever you get the chance, and inform his followers what a dishonest coward he is too. I myself will be replacing Kent Hovind with Sabor Ahmed as my favorite creationist to ridicule, so look forward to seeing more of his dumb face as the butt of endless jokes. So that's it, Sabor. Nobody is buying your fake debate announcement. You are never ever going to cover my travel to London or actually schedule anything, and you will be taunted until the end of time because of it. The only way out for you now is to agree to debate me online, since I'd gladly do that for free. But we both know you won't do that either, right, buddy? Because you are a...
They're good chickens. Oh my god.
What's that? You would totally do...
Sabor is a crazy fucking whack job. And an idiot. I remember I was debating him on moral realism for like 5 minutes. This guy, like, Sabor just tried to cut me off constantly. And he ended up saying God doesn't have a mind, even though according to the Quran, God sees things, he has emotions, he gets angry. I don't know how you can perceive things or have emotions if you don't have a mind. It was fucking retarded.
Gay stereotypes, just picked some random and said, good enough in a last-ditch attempt to garner sympathy points when he is so obviously in the wrong, even in his own story. I did not have a, quote, love of musicals and theater when I was 4 because, I was 4. I did not know what these things were. Of course, not only is Elon Musk a piece of not only is he a deadbeat dad, he's lying. Because they're all lying. They're all grifters. So if you don't know, the other day, Elon Musk was having a conversation with, oh, bloody hell, Jordan Peterson. And they were talking about all kinds of stuff. Peterson was trying to push eating all meat on him. It wasn't taking. He wasn't into scurvy. Couldn't get him onto scurvy core. But they did have a lot of conversations. And eventually, Elon Musk explained his comic book origin story. And it's that he's a deadbeat dad. That's basically it. He's a terrible father. And then unlike other terrible fathers, who don't pay alimony or are abusive or stuff like that, he simply wants to turn it into a cause. So he's not like comfortable with just being quiet or going to the cracker factory like a Kirk Van Houten. He actually ultimately wants to make it everyone else's business. And so he said that the woke mind virus effectively took over his daughter and took his daughter. He said horrifying things.
India has the largest vegan population in the world, with around 11% to 13%, and it's expected to grow 30% by 2035, which means roughly 400 million people. Do you think India is the first country to become a more vegan country?
When I hear figures like that, I'm highly skeptical because India has a lot of religions in it that either discourage or don't permit the consumption of animal products. So Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, all those religions either discourage or don't permit meat eating. I don't know if you could really call somebody vegan necessarily if they just don't eat meat or animal products. The idea is to give animals the same human rights as human beings. So, I don't know. I'd say at the very least we could say plant-based. I'm just very, very skeptical of anybody who claims they're vegan, but the reason behind them being vegan is because God says you can't eat meat or dairy or eggs. Very hesitant to call those people vegan. But I mean, it's good. Like, it's good that a lot of them are, plant-based or vegan. Not sure if India is going to be the first country to, go completely vegan or completely plant-based. If I had to guess, it would likely either be Israel, the US, or China. Some out of those three. The reason I'd say Israel, the US, or China is, one, Israel also has a large vegan population. They're investing heavily in lab-grown meat, and there seems to be a big political interest to moving to a plant-based food system. Same with the United States. There are a lot of vegans in the US. There is a political interest to move to a more plant-based food system. And lab-grown meat is being developed in the United States. The only thing, though, is there's a lot of, conservatives and Republicans and dumbasses who don't want to go vegan, so that's kind of a roadblock. China is also a likely possibility because they have huge problems, at least historically, with food security. They also want to try to become more environmentally friendly and not pollute as much. And because of their economic system where the CCP can basically mandate whatever they want, if the Chinese government were to, say, have lab-grown meat technology, or they were able to produce, vegan substitute foods at a very low cost, and it would have an objective improvement on the health and safety of their population, they may very well likely just mandate a ban on meat. The only thing that would kind of prevent them from doing that is public concern over starvation, because, again, under communism, they did a similar thing where they had weird agricultural mandates and people would starve to death. So there's still that paranoia around starvation. But I would say the three most likely countries to adopt a completely plant-based food system, it would have to be either Israel, China, or the US. India might be third or fourth, possibly. Thanks for the donation, though, Kalen.
misgenders her. He dead names her. He in a post accused her of being gay and autistic and exploring things. He pushed the conspiracy theory that trans people don't exist and that it's just boys who maybe want to experiment with playing dress up as girls and girls who would dress up as boys. Again, it's infuriating for so many reasons, not just because the science is so far beyond the lies and propaganda he's pushing, but also the fact that, like, even if you want to take the science and the facts away, for the feeling side of things, as a cis guy, I never in my life thought once that I'd been misidentified as a boy. Like, that thought, I didn't even know what trans people were, and that thought never once crossed my head. I never once was like just thinking like, whoa, maybe I'm actually a girl, because like I had friends who were girls, I had girlfriends, I hung out with women, and I certainly knew, like, that I was very like attracted to women, that I liked women, that I always found them beautiful, all that kind of stuff, and at no point was I ever.
Dude, when I was a kid, I just knew I loved butts. Whenever I saw like a cute girl in public with a nice butt, I just wanted to crawl up her butt.
Aaron Brown was on Dr. Phil.
My parents are
Really?
constantly telling me to get a job, and I refuse to work. I feel like if I'm in school, they should
Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny. Okay, we'll watch this. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. I didn't know he was on Dr. Phil.
support me financially. If I drop out of school, they should still support me because I'm their child. They had me. I didn't ask to be brought into this world. I went over my credit card limit last month. I don't pay the balance on the card, my parents pay it. I use the credit card to buy props, cameras, lenses, anything that helps enhance my videos. It cost me over $3,000. When my parents saw the bill, they got pissed.
Oh my god. This guy. I didn't know this about him. That he's kind of a spoiled kid.
For anyone
That's pretty funny. What is he even doing for money at this point? Cause does he just have a normal ass job, or is he actually making money doing track?
And they threatened to cancel my card. They haven't yet, so I'm going to keep on spending. I'm going to do anything.
You know what's hilarious though? I had kind of a similar situation as him. I didn't max out my parents' credit card or anything like that, but after high school, I decided I wasn't interested in going to university to study nutrition or anything. So my mom had about $10,000 saved for university or college for me. So I just asked her to give me that money so I could buy a camera. And that camera eventually ended up getting used to produce YouTube videos. And now, I'm doing this for a living. So that worked out.
And everything to avoid getting a job, whether my parents like it or not.
What do you?
He's making money on TikTok, really? Does the US even monetize TikTok? I don't know if that's not the right account. Oh my god.
For anyone on social media,
Is that the same person? Wait. That's not the right Aaron Brown. Yeah, whatever.
Consider making.
Oh, it's Aaron with an E. I'm fucking retarded. Let's see. Yeah, he's definitely not making any money on YouTube. Couldn't find this account. Did he get banned? Yeah, how the fuck is this guy making money? He maxed out his parents' credit card. Or his credit card that they're paying for. Whatever way you look at it. And then he's not making money off the camera?
Making it big.
Well, making it big enough where I can support me, myself, my family financially.
Do you know how the system works?
I do a lot of research.
What did the research tell you?
Well, the research told me that I can make however much money I want to make doing whatever I want to do if I put that amount of work in, and I'm willing to put that work in. So therefore, I'm the next social media star. And not only that, I'm going to be the biggest person that has ever sat in this chair on your show.
He has not become the biggest social media star.
Lucky me. Did y'all?
Let me see if he has an email. Maybe I can hit him up. Does have an Instagram. He just posted about this. Oh no, he's not even posting on Instagram. May 16th. He's not even really posting on Instagram. Hey, it's Vegan Gains. I was wondering if you'd be interested in debating veganism on my channel and related subtopics like ethics, health, and fitness. Tell me if you're interested. There we go. All right, well, I messaged him.
I don't know how it works.
I don't know how it works.
Well,
I'm a traditional worker,
well,
so I don't know.
Yeah, well, let me give you just a little quick seminar here. On YouTube, you have 45 videos, and you've got 2,280 subscribers.
Correct.
And the video with the most engagement had 75,000 views. And your last video had 462. Here's how you make money on YouTube. First off, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. And then you have to have 4,000 watch hours over the past year to be eligible for monetization. Okay, so let's take a look at how that works. Let's say you had 10,000 daily views, which you don't, but let's say you did. Your estimated daily earnings would be somewhere between about $18 and $30 a day. And so your estimated monthly earnings would be $500 to $900 a month. But YouTube keeps 45% of that. So you would be making, $9 to $15 a day net, which is about, what, $1 an hour?
$1.
Something like that.
I mean, that's more than what starving kids in Uganda make. You could buy like a bag of rice. You could cook your rice in a pot you found on the side of the road. You might be able to afford a bus ticket every so often.
If you had that many views and that many hours of watch time, and you don't.
Yeah, I mean, so pretty much I make the same amount from YouTube as I make going to school, $0. So therefore, I'd rather make $0 doing something I like to do rather than doing something that other people want me to do.
You can't be that short-sighted.
It is
The
what it
difference
is
when you get through with college, you have a degree, and that degree enables you to get a job earning money for the rest of your life.
But that's the thing, I don't want to work for the rest of my life.
Well, I'm sure you don't.
I think we can all relate.
Videos I've seen make fun of other people or the other people's expense. Is that your definition of comedic?
I mean, I feel like comedic is anything funny at whoever's expense.
If you make fun of yourself, then you're not offending anybody.
Right.
I did a collaboration.
My absolute Spielberg, give the translator a few minutes.
Please no, dude. Please no.
Do you think attention is the most valuable currency in the world?
We've already reacted to this last night. It was a great video.
In the world.
It's getting a lot of fucking views, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, basically, Mr. Beast is a fraud and a scammer, and he's literally committing illegal activity by lying about some of the game shows he makes, and also having illegal lotteries. And apparently this guy's going to make more videos about some of the fraud he's committing. But yeah, like, I already knew about all this. Like, I was saying, Mr. Beast is a fucking liar and a bullshitter for years now. But yeah, I'm excited to see part 2. We've already reacted to this, though. Thanks for the... Oh, yeah, I think you got a few more links. .45 caliber pistol.
I have something really cool for you today. The AEA Harpoon.
Whoa.
A big thank you to Tom at Bluegrass Baby Caliber. We're going to be using Texoma Precision Pellet 457 240 grain slugs. You have 2 barrel options to pick from, the shorter 4-inch or the longer 11-inch. The Harpoon is a unique design for a PCP similar to the AEA Defender 2. By manually cocking it, this gives us crisp single action triggers. Now, one really cool feature for this, it has the option to fire each barrel individually, but you can move the selector switch and fire both barrels at once. To fill the gun, you want to make sure that they're not threaded in, then into the barrel itself. Now, one thing to watch out for is when you thread these barrels on, you want to make sure that they're not threaded in too far.
Callian D donated $2. In terms of totality, isn't it net positive rather than worrying how they become plant-based? I know religion is wrong, but isn't it better to give a reason to escape from reality by saying God permits us and Indian religion allows dairy products? Wait, what? Isn't it better not to give a reason to escape from reality by saying God permits US and Indian religion allows dairy? What are you fucking talking about? I'm more concerned with people obviously being plant-based than the reason for it, but the reason for it certainly fucking matters. So if you have people deciding to eat a plant-based diet for some stupid sort of reason, like, I don't know, it's going to cure their acne or improve their health problems, or, I don't know, their religion tells them, those are very shaky reasons to be plant-based. And at any moment, they could just choose to go back to eating meat or animal products based on, I don't know, something not working out or a change in religious perspective or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Callian. It's kind of like a short barrel shotgun.
Today, we're going to be doing a chronograph test. Got some sodas to slam. Makes things for groups, the small. So both made it.
That's pretty cool.
Dog! Let me have my dog, Remy.
Ambulance right there. What kind of dog you got, my friend?
We've already seen this video before. Thanks for that donation, though, Marxist University.
Here's his TikTok.
I can pretty much guarantee you he ain't making any money on TikTok. These are pinned videos.
When I met 19-year-old Aaron, he had
5 hours ago.
So the
3
Olympics
days
open.
ago.
So little brother
3
just
days ago.
I'm just gonna be the first to say
5
it.
days ago.
I'm
He's uploading fairly frequently. It's just hard to believe that he's making any kind of real money by getting like what, around 10K-ish per video on TikTok. Like, there's just no way. It's sort of funny how he criticizes some of these athletes, saying like, you're stupid for going to the Olympics, you're not going to make any money, and then he's not making any money himself.
My tip number 1.
Thanks for the donation, though,
Never take
Matthew.
coffee from a nice guy. This is a proven fact. You will get some small pieces of shit in it. This is how they do it, these nice guys. Also, Peter Rubish reminds me of George Lehman, who is now a recovering alcoholic. I congratulate him to this, but the way he treated his girlfriends, threatening and...
Short story, Tony and Doom switch bodies in alternate universe. Doom makes Iron Man suit but is evil, and Tony makes Doctor Doom suit but is good. Watch whatever, or I don't care. I just care about lesbians.
So as most of you guys are aware by now, at San Diego Comic-Con, Marvel announced that Robert Downey...
Alright, we'll watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, less is more. And yeah, lesbians are pretty great.
showing his big steroid biceps and that he could crush their heads. This is how the nice guys behave. And when they are talking with this soft, nice guy's voice, this is hypnotic. By the way, the form is shitty. Now, 2. Then, talking about trend, convince you that if you are following their programs, then even as a natural...
Okay, that is far too annoying to keep watching. Is George Lehman uploading anything anymore? 6 months ago.
Boom. So I woke up this morning and I told myself, George, the last few days you've been fat. Last 2 days you've eaten too much diet. Pop once everything's done. And while Lang handles that, I'm going to have myself...
Jeez, this guy's an alcoholic and he's still drinking.
A respectful glass of wine with break dinner lunch fist. And then I know it's... Live your dreams, work...
George Lehman is a really
Hey guys,
weird dude.
I'm now in Kathmandu. I flew from Pokor to Kathmandu. Just enjoying the last couple days, haven't made any videos. Lang, if you just show them like the street, to give them like an idea. What was Kathmandu? But also some of the places that show up in the movie. Makes me want to stay for that reason.
I remember he was giving some of the most insanely retarded financial advice. Like, take out, tens of thousands of dollars worth of loans so that you could put a down payment on different properties and then just hope to hell that the property value increases while you still have to, manage all these mortgages and shit. And then it was so dumb. Insecure Beta donated $2. Can you react to this cringy Hamza video about masturbation?
Wait.
Sure, we can do that. We'll do that next. Thanks for the donation, Insecure Beta.
And with one of the big superstars on TikTok, DJ Hunts. But I made myself the butt of the joke. Here, let me show you an example.
What the hell are you doing at my desk?
You're getting old, Phil.
Excuse me?
It's time for some new blood. Been talking to CBS. We're letting you go.
Okay, like 10 or 12 seconds, the joke was on me. Several million.
Here's his new music video.
World champion of what?
World champion of what? Bro, I just had a crazy...
I don't even like this shit for real.
Hey, let this shit ride, Ted.
and make anybody famous. Say get in my heat, do I look like Noah Laws? I made 50 racks from talking, I ain't doing no racing. Signed a shoe deal, now you're back and forth pacing. Wondering where your next check gon' come from. Living check the check, track runners be stepped on. We not the same, I'm the father, you my stepson. I started hating, now everybody hating. Can make a video and make anybody famous. Say get in my heat, do I look like Noah Laws? I made 50 racks from talking, I ain't doing no racing. Signed a shoe deal, now you're back and forth pacing. Wondering where your next check gon' come from. Living check the check, track runners be stepped on. We not the followers, no dollars. Every time he mention me, trying to get some clout. Yeah.
It's not that great. Yeah, it's a cool looking knife.
So out of everything in my collection, this is probably the case that gets the most attention. These are all overbuilt knives. We have the Midgard's Messer Beowulf. We have the new Miguron Geddon, absolutely monstrous blade stock there. We have the Riot T1000. This was a special edition from Crane's Cutlery with the Zerkatai, the accents there. And let's do another one from Midgard's Messer. That is the Viking with, it's almost like a small gardening tool there. This is the Titano or the Titanus. I honestly can't remember exactly which one this is. The one that I always end up showing, the really big one, this is the original Gen 1 PMP Alpha Beast. Definitely
that
the
looks
thickest
insane.
I found. This is one of 5 in existence from Gen 1 with a Damasteel blade.
That is thick.
Views. Nobody's offended because the joke was on me, not somebody else. Do you have a...
Well, that's funny about Aaron Brown.
Jeffrey, you're not going to go and subscribe to that girl's OnlyFans, are you?
Here we go.
You, Jeffrey. That's disgusting. She's not going to...
Ew, gross. Being attracted to women. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Respect you now. Adonis. Adonis doesn't fap. He maps. He's an adventurer and he maps the unknown world. When this wise leader looks around at the young men of today, he ponders, why are they all so addicted to this degeneracy? I must help them. Okay, so picture me when I'm 17 years old. I'm horny. The first thing that I do when I wake up in the morning is grab my phone, start checking the notifications, and then start scrolling. I used to go onto this app which was called Reddit, and it's kind of like this forum page where you'd see...
He's explaining what Reddit is. Like, either he knows his audience is like 10-year-old kids who've only just been allowed by their parents to use a phone, or he's retarded.
See news articles and memes and people's opinions and a lot of... So I'd be scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. You know, this one's a funny meme. Okay, I'll look at that and I'll upvote it and I'll like it. Then I'll click on the political thing, even though I don't really give a about politics. All the while, I know what I'm kind of hoping to stumble across, and there it is. The first one that says NSFW. Not safe for work. Basically, degen content. Click on it and it's, I don't know, like a naked woman or it's like a porn clip or something. And I'd slowly start like edging my dick at this point. Now, as most young teenagers did, of course, I'd jack off like every day. But this particular day was so bad that I just kept on going. Once I did it the first time, I cleaned up poorly, started scrolling a bit more while still sat in bed, and ended up going for the second time. Usually that's where I'd stop. On this day, I kept on going. On the third time that I
have had a hot pot
before I had even stepped out of bed, my pee-pee didn't even get fully hard. It was like barely a semi, but I still, finished. It was at this moment, I've got 3 nuts over my lap, and I'm staring at my little fucking limp dick, and something just hits me like, oh damn, I'm one of those guys. I'm a wanker. So, I feel kind of disgusted by myself, that triple post-nut clarity.
Yeah, so by the way, if you're getting a high degree of anxiety, shame, low mood after masturbating, that is a very good sign that you actually have low testosterone. And you might want to go on testosterone replacement therapy. Aside from that, you might just be a fucking retard. This guy comes from a Muslim family. His family's from Pakistan. And you could imagine what kind of stupid ideas his parents might have given this idiot when it comes to sex and masturbation. So, why would anybody feel ashamed after masturbating? Assuming you aren't jerking off to child porn, why would you be ashamed that you fapped? There's no reason to feel any shame. And this guy is just promoting really unhealthy, beliefs and behaviors around sexuality.
1, 2, 3 kind of hits me at this point. Clean up, okay, fully shower, whatever. And this is the worst part. I go downstairs into the kitchen and it's like for some reason, just the probability.
What is the connection to T levels? There's a connection between post-ejaculatory syndrome and low testosterone. There's a pretty strong and consistent link. So if you're getting very low mood, anxiety, and fatigue that is prolonged after ejaculating or masturbating, you might want to get your testosterone levels checked, because that's not normal. Callian donated $2. Would love to see you discuss with him the complexity of Indian religion and food. He's a great animal rights activist.
So my question is that, as far as I have seen right now, vegan food is pretty expensive. Like, especially if you go to the US.
On a daily basis is vegan. Just watch this. Idli, dosa, chutney, sambar, puri, masala, chapati, kurma, poha, upma, pongal, khichdi, uttapam, idiyappam, lemon rice, tomato rice, coconut rice, coriander rice, pudina rice, tamarind rice, veg biryani, veg fried rice, veg pulao, Szechuan noodles, gobi manchurian, mushroom manchurian, bel puri, pani puri, vada pav, samosa. What the point I'm trying to make here is, guys, 1 second. The point I'm trying to make is that majority of our traditional Indian foods and Indo-Chinese cuisine can be veganized easily by merely removing the dairy component, or they're already vegan by default. Grains, legumes, and vegetables are not expensive. Okay, this is why if you go to a ration shop right now for poor people, they are not getting meat and dairy over there. Dairy, I'm not sure, but they are getting other grains, dals, oil and sugar, basically all plant products, because plant products are cheaper here right now for us. The only element which you cannot get on a vegan diet is vitamin B12. It's a vitamin that's called as cobalamin, which you get only from consuming animal products, because the bacteria that exist on animal, B12 is not produced by animals, it's the bacteria that exist on them, and it's important for our health. However, vegans, we consume B12 supplements, and that will not cost you more than just say like a couple of even $5 or $10 for 2 weeks, or even less than that. So when you say to a person who's extremely poor, who can't even eat food, I'm not going to go to him right now on the street and hold a vegan placard. No, which is why I choose to come to an institution where I know there are people who are capable perhaps of making the change to veganism. Another point I want to make is that instead of using people who cannot afford, let's say, even basic food as an excuse to be a non-vegan, let's use our privilege to create a society where even people like them will be able to get vegan food by us changing first, and therefore changing the whole way the market works.
Yeah, that guy seems like a solid dude.
Or some shit. That my entire family's there. So my dad, my mom, my brother, and my sister, all in the kitchen. My dad's getting ready for work or something. He's filling up his water bottle. My mom's cooking. My sister's eating. My brother's like on his phone waiting for the toast or something. And when I'm like inside, making my breakfast, I just felt so dirty, as if everyone knew. I felt, honestly, look, this video's been like enough.
This guy has weird, untreated anxiety issues.
Kind of funny and stuff, but truthfully, I was in so much shame. It's funny for us now, I'm 27 years old, this was 10 years ago. It's funny for us to look back and laugh at that version of me, ha ha ha, he was so addicted to porn. And it's kind of like a funny story, fine, but really just think about that. I was a 17-year-old addicted to this stuff. I didn't choose to be a loser. I just ended up stumbling across the same addiction that so many young men did. And at this moment, stood next to my family.
By the way, he hasn't established that he had an addiction to porn. He just said one day he fapped 3 times before getting out of bed. Whoopie fucking diddly do. That's not an addiction.
I didn't feel proud of myself. I wasn't.
He's just lying. He's full of shit. If he had said a story like he masturbated several times every single day, he couldn't hold down a job because he was too busy jerking off, or he'd have to like go into a public bathroom and wank it because he'd suddenly get an urge. Like, that sounds like an addiction, but like the only thing he can say is, one time I masturbated 3 times. Like, okay, great. That's not an addiction.
Young, ambitious man who had goals. I felt shame. That's one of the worst emotions that you could possibly feel. It was around this time that I first discovered the concept of nofap. This was 10 years ago, so remember, I got onto nofap like way earlier than most likely you did. And so I would see these YouTube videos of guys talking about nofap and the problems with porn and masturbation, and even some guys talking about the next level, which was semen retention. Instantly, I knew, maybe like you did, they were all right. Like, the first time I discovered any kind of like nofap talk online, it's like something clicked and I was like, oh yeah, of course, this is true. Like, I didn't speculate it thinking, oh, you know, is this definitely going to work? I just knew, okay, yep, whatever they're saying is the problem with porn and masturbation, I actually believe it right away because I had felt those symptoms myself, probably as you've done, right? When you've watched these like nofap videos and you hear the guy say like, oh yeah, it makes you feel shame and it fries your dopamine receptors and it kind of fucks you up psychologically to have good loving relationships. You've never like speculated like, is that really true? Straight away you're like, oh yeah, I know it does because we've all felt those symptoms. The problem was then, and even more now, all of the nofap advice is just really bad because nofap in itself is just a really, really bad strategy to overcome this problem. And it seems like it's the only strategy, right? You probably thought, wait, like the way to quit porn is with nofap. It turns out it's actually one of the worst ways to quit porn and masturbation. It was so bad that when I was 17 years old and I discovered nofap, I was 21 years old 4 years later, still struggling. So when I'm 21 years old and I'm in university, I'm living in like the sort of student halls, like the flats. At this point, like I was having a lot of sex. I had like multiple girlfriends and stuff, but I was also like jacking off throughout the week as well. And every time I do that, I would always feel like a degenerate. I had tried to quit jacking off and porn all this time for like literally years straight. And I never ended up making progress. There's a cute girl staring at me right now. I had tried to be on nofap for 4 years and barely gotten to like day 10 or 20, which is probably the same as you right now, right? If basically everyone gets on nofap and struggles to make good progress with it, then clearly the strategy's fucked. And so I was 21 years old when something clicked and I was like, oh, I know exactly what to do. What actually happened was I was sat there planning my bodybuilding routine. So I was into bodybuilding, not like professionally competing or anything, you know, I just went to the gym to try and look sexy. And in bodybuilding, you do something called sets, S-E-T-S. Basically, you do a set of a certain exercise like bicep curls. And it's like so simple.
Wait, I'm confused. He didn't explain what exercise is.
Brain dead. If you want to get bigger biceps, you do more sets for biceps. It's that simple. You can try and cope all you want, but the fastest, most brain dead way to make more gains is to basically just do more sets for that muscle. Something happened to me around this time when I was thinking of the concepts of doing sets, like volume, basically. Volume is like number of sets that you do in bodybuilding. I'm thinking about all this, right? And something just clicked. I don't know why I put the two together and I was like, wait, oh, I know what the hidden problem was. The problem with nofap is that it makes you focus on the streak. Basically, this zero-sum mindset that when you've fapped, you've lost all the benefits and that you have to start again from zero. That hit to your sort of psychological momentum is so painful and you feel so bad. And what do you do when you feel bad? You often go again. When you convince a young man that the
Dude, it's so weird. He's talking about how if you promote this idea of shame, it encourages the behavior. Then why is he promoting this idea of shame around masturbating, period, if he recognizes it encourages the behavior? Like, it's so fucking retarded. How about you just not care and do whatever the fuck you want? Like, it's so stupid.
I'm sick of this fucking bullshit. Fake gooners get lynched for stealing valor. The likelihood of a crypto incel knowing what a true goon is? Meanwhile, he's lived with his mum for a decade. He does not know what true gooning is. I spit on fake gooners.
Yes, he's guilty of stolen gooner valor. Thanks for the donation, True Gooner.
The problem is that he's just fapped, and so he's lost all of it, and he's at day 0. A lot of the times, he's gonna go and fap again and again because he's at day 0, or he's at day 1, and he's gonna keep resetting it because he feels like he's made no progress. Here was the hidden key. I realized that that line of thinking was bullshit, and actually what was going to help me more was, instead of thinking of like the streak and no fap, but rather to think about less fap. Instead of trying to have a streak and basically not trying to relapse at all, I stopped thinking of the phrase like relapsing, and I just thought about volume, like number of sets for biceps. I thought number of nuts for like climaxes, like, you know, fucking what other word can I even use, bro? Number of nuts per month. And something just happened to me, and I was like, wait, so if I do it every single day, I fap like 30 times a month, right? Isn't it just progress if I aim for 25 times a month? And straight away my brain said, well, yeah, of course it is. You've just reduced it by like 17%, fast math. And then how about for next month? Can I get 20? And you know, that sort of weak Jeffrey part of my brain was saying like, no, but if you're still gonna fap like 20 times, you're not on the, you know, the high streak in day 0. But I was like, no, but like, it would be progress, right? If I usually fap 30 times, like, you know, once a day, 30 times a month, T5. Imagine you sitting yourself anymore, because thinking about it, worrying about it will actually worsen your sort of mindset, time, mental frame, everything more than get views. Now, I won't lie to you, I want to get views as well. I want to make a fuck ton of money, but I also want to do that whilst genuinely just spreading like the learning lessons that I've had in life so that someone actually benefits. This is the weird action step that I want you to take. Set yourself a monthly fap allowance, like a monthly fapping goal.
Monthly fapping goal, 5,000.
Instead of it being, oh, get to day 7. No, we're not thinking about 20 kg to 100 kg bench press. I was able to make this progress, and from around 8, and so
dude, his lifting footage is really bad.
That it takes a year, sometimes 2-3 years to be able to.
So what is that? 44 kilograms? It's 97 pounds. It's not much.
Like 20 kg.
0. Can barely get it up, halfway down. His lifting footage is just great.
I was able to make this progress, and from around age 22 years old, porn and masturbation has not been a problem for me anymore.
Right.
Downey Jr. is returning as Doctor Doom in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they're using one of 2 stories as a basis for this. The first one is Infamous Iron Man, which we've already covered. The second one is this story. So this is an alternate reality story. It's part of Marvel's What If line, and this opens up with Tony Stark arriving at college, only for us to find out that instead of the main Marvel universe playing out the way that it did, where Doctor Doom was roommates with Reed Richards, Doctor Doom is roommates with Tony Stark. You guys can obviously see where this is going. So the cool thing about this is that this basically shows us Tony Stark as we know him, right? He's a playboy, doesn't really take anything seriously. The alternative here, the other side of this, is that Doctor Doom is far more focused than Tony Stark is. And in fact, he even says that, right? As a transfer student, you might not be aware, the semester has already begun. Your presence in this room will be tolerated only if your priorities are in order. Is that understood? And so Stark's reaction is just like, I mean, that's cool, man, but like, my girl here has a girl of her own, right? Like, you looking to touch some naughty bits, or are you just gonna sit here and just be grumpy all the time? But in the days following their first encounter, Tony Stark demonstrates how smart he is. This is one of the funny things. Doctor Doom always comes up second to the various people that he ends up sharing a room with when it comes to him going to college. Reed Richards, Tony Stark, so on and so forth. And where Stark's just like blasting music and all that kind of stuff, one of the things he points out here is that Doom just needs to learn to relax. relax. He says, let your back brain do the work. And then Doom asks him, like, what would you know about work at all, right? You were born into privilege. While I've had to fight for every grant, every scholarship, the burden I shoulder would break a lesser man, but my destiny is to lead, and that inevitability is worth any sacrifice. Now, this establishes that Dr. Doom's history within this universe is almost identical to his history in the main Marvel universe, and that concept was basically being carried over here from Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four when they established that in every reality, Dr. Doom ultimately tries to seize absolute power, and the only way to really fix him is to essentially lobotomize.
Aaron's predictions for the men's 100 meters in the Olympics.
What's good, everybody? It's the GOAT Aaron Brown. And before this video starts, be sure to follow me on Instagram. It's linked down below in the description, as well as become a member of my channel to support the channel and keep it growing and keep the support going. And let's jump straight into it. Now, in this video, I will be giving my men's 100-meter predictions for the Paris Olympics. The track and field portion of the games is starting in a few days, so I felt why not just go ahead and start giving my predictions and saying who I think is going to do what. So let's take a look into the men's 100 rankings. And one thing I learned going into championships, you have to take rankings with a grain of salt, especially championships like the Olympic Games, because some countries had to run fast already because their trials are just super hard to make and their teams are hard to make, so they have to peak and run fast there. And in other countries, they don't have to even hit the gas until they get to the championships. So that's why a lot of times you see guys who hadn't even ran fast that year show up and either win or get medals, is because they hadn't had to run fast or had to be nowhere near a peak until they get to the championships. So looking into the men's ranking, you got Keishane Thompson from Jamaica in first, Ferdinand in second. Of course, this time's ran at altitude with a good tailwind. Noah at third, oblique, Christian Coleman, Benjamin Richardson. Those two will be a non-factor at the championships because Coleman didn't make it. Richardson ran a fake time. Connie Sambine, Kenny B, Fred, Tobogo. Tobogo is prime example of one of those guys who I said hadn't had to run fast yet. Marcel Jacobs, another one of those guys who just haven't had to run fast yet. So really any one of those guys in the top 15 can not only medal, but they can win this Olympic Games, besides the people who didn't make it in the top 15, like who didn't make it qualify for the games. But there's also other guys you have to look for, like Andre DeGrasse, guys who like simply just hadn't had to run fast this year because their country is so weak and they don't have to peak for their championships. But the Olympic Games and other championships, they always show up. So as much as we count them out year in and year out, they prove that they're always a medal threat. And then the previous Olympic champion, Marcel Jacobs, he hasn't looked this good since literally the last Olympic year. So he's 100% going to be a threat, whether we wanted to count him in or count him out. Last time he put together this kind of campaign, he came away with almost a 9.7 PR when he ran 9.80 at the last Olympics. Then he's been plagued with injuries since, and then he's finally healthy. But we've seen this story read plenty of times with Elaine Thompson on the women's side. Win the Olympics, be hurt the years in between, and come back and win the next Olympics. So you just can't put past people like that. Then you got guys like Zarnell Hughes. In my opinion, he's going to be a non-factor. He just ran at the London Diamond League. I think he's definitely going to be around 9 low shape, which isn't going to really do much here. If he's not ready to run somewhere in a ballpark of his PR or faster, honestly, he can forget about it. And that's why I feel like that injury he got earlier this year really set him back. But he's back healthy. And I just feel like he's a lot of wasted potential. Like, he has all the potential in the world, but he has that UK mindset, so he'll never be shit, honestly. Then you got the world leader, Keishane Thompson. He's been making it look super, super easy this year. Like, a lot of these guys, the only guy that's running who hasn't ran faster than is Fred Curley. And he went make at the championship. Oh, that's no.
I don't know who any of these fucking people are. The only person I really know of is Noah Lyles. But okay, we'll see, I guess.
Him, and that's it. That's all you can really do. But Tony Stark here kind of plays the Tony Stark game, right? He says maybe, but keeping your focus among other things so tight can lead to mistakes, like the proton coefficient in your formula there should be cubed, not squared. And Dr. Doom kind of gets a little pissy about this, about the fact that he's being shown up. But at the end of the day, what we end up finding out and what we're told here is that this irritation that Victor Von Doom has for Tony Stark ultimately leads to a kind of grudging respect, where Victor Von Doom looks at Tony as a man who's kind of his equal. And that's one of the most important things to understand for those of you guys who are new to Dr. Doom in Marvel Comics. Yes, he puts off a lot of bravo. Yes, he does all kinds of crazy stuff. Dr. Doom really cares more about intelligence than anything else. Bravery to a degree, but intelligence is at the top of the list. And so what happens is Doom leads Tony Stark down into this basement where things are pretty seedy. And he says, I'm afraid I have a confession to make. The late nights I said I've spent in the library is a lie. I've actually been here. And where Stark is just kind of like the storage annex, like there's nothing down here but rats and old books. The response of Doom is, exactly. That's why I came down here. I've learned that my current scholarship may not be renewed. In hopes of saving my education, I've been forced to take rather extreme measures. And what he says is really interesting here. He says, I've borrowed apparatus from other labs, even falsified administrative vouchers to secure equipment that I need. A risky endeavor, but it's worth it if I succeed. Now, this is also the nature of Dr. Doom. Whatever it takes to win. Dr. Doom can be incredibly petty in Marvel Comics. If you don't believe me, go check out the videos that we did on Jonathan Hickman's event.
Do you know Gamo Tamenotsunemenasu? No.
Avengers and New Avengers, the events leading up to the collapse of the multiverse in Secret Wars 2015, where he basically refuses to help Namor because he doesn't want to be second best. It's kind of nuts, right? It's kind of crazy. But the thing that Stark says is like, you're going to be expelled here, man. And again, Doom says, not if I succeed. When complete, this machine will trigger dormant telekinetic abilities, allow people to move things with their minds. Imagine what that would mean to quadriplegics, the infirm, to say nothing of the university's publicity office. And that's really the smart move. You can get away with a lot at a university if your actions ultimately make the university look good. Believe me, I used to work at one. You'd be amazed the kind of thing that universities will sweep under the rug if it makes them look good at the end of the day. But he says, time is short. I was hoping that perhaps with your help. And Stark initially rebuffs it, right? He's like, dude, you've been nothing but a jerk to me since I got here, right? Since you first met me, you've been nothing but rude to me almost every single step of the way. Sure, you respect me, but you respect me begrudgingly. And now you expect me to put my future on the line for this kind of crazy cockamamie experiment that you have, and you don't even know if it's going to work. The response of Doom, it was difficult enough to ask Tony, please do not make me beg. And one of the things about Tony Stark is, as most of you guys figured out from the MCU, he's a relatively honorable guy. And when I say honorable, I mean, you know, he does some morally questionable stuff at times, but at the end of the day, he usually tries to make it up to you if he's somehow done you wrong. And this is the exact same thing that happens here. I'd never ask you to beg. That's not who I am. And so we're told that over the course of days, these guys start working together, right? Two students train their full concentration on the task at hand. Progress is steady, if not without incident. And so again, it's a kind of back and forth because Stark is basically following the instructions of Doom. Tell me where this needs to go, I will put it there, that kind of a thing, because at the end of the day, it really is Doom's entire project. Stark knows what to do, right? But it is Doom's project. And so what Doom says here is like, ignore that particular device that you have. It's simply a reciprocal power boost. I'll explain more once the patent has cleared. And so the response of Stark, wow, brilliant and paranoid, you're some piece of work. And so finally, they finish this entire project. Stark sits down because he's going to be the kind of test bed here. And why wouldn't you, right? If there were an experiment that you could undertake that could give you telekinesis, and the downside to the experiment is that nothing could go wrong, then why wouldn't you do it? Worst case scenario, you just stay the same. And so what ends up happening is that restraints kick in. They lock Tony Stark in place. And then he's like, what in the world is going on? The response of Doom, oh, it's one of these things in case you prove to be dangerous. And then he basically tells the truth about what's going on. I'm almost sorry you've been a satisfactory assistant, but this seemed the only way to secure the resources I require. Resources you take for granted. It's really quite simple. Remember that circuit you questioned? It will indeed redirect mental energy from your cerebral cortex into mine. mind. Telekinesis was a ruse, a carrot to dangle before your naive ambition. But with one touch of a button, our minds will switch bodies and everything that you have will be mine. Now, this is the big difference between this story and Infamous Iron Man. Infamous Iron Man was just Dr. Doom taking up the mantle of Iron Man following the death of Tony Stark at the end of Civil War II, the story that character assassinated Carol Danvers. In this story, Victor Von Doom is stealing the body of Tony Stark. They're swapping places. But the fact is, right, the process goes off without a hitch. Security guards come running in because they're alerted to all this craziness that's going on. Victor Von Doom.
What if like how I come so like what if you were a woman?
What if I was a woman? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'd have a nice butt. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
Doom emerges in the body of Tony Stark and says, it was some crazy cockamamie experiment that he had. He said he was trying to help people. He forced me to be a part of this. Of course, they take the side of who they think is Tony Stark because one, he's a super rich guy, right? The halo effect. And two, because Victor Von Doom's not awake. He can't tell anybody what was going on. Not only that, it wipes his memories. So for the rest of this video, I'm just going to use the names Tony Stark and Dr. Doom. Just know those names are switched. And so what you do, as with pretty much all what if stories, you follow the Watcher, where he says questions become answers, even as solutions yield more riddles, and two lives briefly joined by chance part once more, following separate paths into an unmapped future. The young man who was once Tony Stark arrives on Latverian soil in exile and disgrace. With no money, no memory, he also finds no hope. As an ocean away, Victor Von Doom, in the body of Tony Stark, breathes freedom, reveling in his new body, the doors it will open, the position it bestows, a position of honor, opportunity, and power. Now, this is the best possible scenario for someone like Victor Von Doom, being able to operate behind the scenes, no one wiser to the fact that he's taken over the body of somebody else, but all the resources that it grants him, the technology, the whole 9 yards. Because again, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar,
Seymour Asses donated $2. Hey bro, hope you, Jasmine, the animals have a good Monday. Would love to see some motovlogs, even if they aren't live. Please check this. Let me see. Oh, it's a little baby donkey. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want that donkey. That's a really good donkey. Oh, look at him. What a sweet donkey. Oh my god. Every donkey I've met has been really nice and sweet and friendly. Thanks for the donation, though, Seymour Asses. Oh, got a little dog here. Hello. How you doing, Faye? Hmm? How you doing? Hmm? How you doing? My goodness.
with Dr. Doom, what makes him so powerful is the fact that he's this perfect merger between technology and magic. Not science and magic, technology and magic, which I guess depending on how you look at it, the two are one and the same, science and technology. But the fact is, right, he merges those two things and is able to achieve a wide...
Hi, Richard Donatillers. Why is Beyond Meat failing? Anti-veganism or cost of living? Also, will you chat to Turkey Tom about this after watching Second Link?
All right, take a look at this. People are vowing they'll never go back to Cracker Barrel after the chain added vegan sausage to its menus. For any foreigners wondering what politics is like in the US, Cracker Barrel is the perfect microcosm. The perfect microcosm. Because here's Cracker Barrel not taking anything away, but simply adding a meatless option for those who want it. And the people who've lost nothing are so offended at the prospect of other people being convenienced that they are threatening to never go back. That is the conservative movement in a nutshell. Here's a thought for conservatives. Yep. If you don't want an abortion, don't get an abortion. If you don't want a gay marriage, don't get gay married. And if you don't want an Impossible sausage from Cracker Barrel, don't get an Impossible sausage from Cracker Barrel. But why should nobody be able to eat an Impossible sausage from Cracker Barrel?
Well, it's because they're fascists, and they have to have everybody live like them.
Like, not for nothing, but if your views are so fragile that the mere existence of other people with different behaviors and beliefs feels threatening to you, then that's not their problem.
Yeah.
Or love bombing me, using me, falling for someone else.
I don't know if Beyond Meat is failing. I've heard their stock price has dropped, but I don't know if they're failing necessarily. Thanks for the donation, though. Hi, Richard. We might react to that in a little bit.
Array of capabilities, and so we're told weeks pass, one life spirals downward, confusion and despair, freeing inner demons. Hence the reason why this story is called What If? Demon in an Armor. It's based off the old Demon in a Bottle storyline, really in name only. And we're told until untapped and perhaps unrealized metal rises at last to confront those demons, to simply tell them no. A word which is heard with increasing annoyance by quote-unquote Tony Stark, most often from a father who cannot understand why his only son has become so distant, so insistent on control. An unfortunate and never fully explained industrial incident soon follows, and no is heard no more. Of course, Howard Stark was murdered, right? I mean, that's obviously the implication here, right? And so we're told months become years as obstacles loom and challenge. Menial jobs pay for squalid lodgings, while tireless study earns respect and coveted scholarships. Now, here's the coolest thing about Tony Stark, right? Those are the guys who came for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that's your perspective of Tony Stark, right? You're not overly familiar with his character in the comics. You're not far off. But you're really not far off. Tony Stark is one of those guys where the worst thing you could possibly do is back him into a corner, because then what he's gonna do is he's gonna make you a project and he's gonna go to work on you. He'll go after you and anybody that you ever met, right? That guy can be super hardcore when he wants to be. And that's exactly what's happening here. Even though Tony Stark is trapped in the body of Victor Von Doom, he still has all his intelligence. But more so than that, now he's got purpose and meaning, and that's what really makes him dangerous. And so what we're told...
Did you see about the stabbing in the UK? Don't think I did. Children among 8 stabbed in UK, suspect in custody. 2 children killed, several others critically wounded. Sounds like something Sverige would do. Police arrested a 17-year-old male after at least 8 people were stabbed in a town in northwest England on Monday, with witnesses telling local media that they had seen bleeding young children being treated by paramedics at the scene. Incident was not being treated as terrorism related, and they were not looking for anyone else in connection with the stabbing. They arrested teenagers from Banks, a village not far from Southport. Who's the suspect?
They have made an arrest after at least 8 people, including children, were stabbed in the northwest of England.
All of our thoughts
Well, I guess you're going to have to ban assault knives.
will be with the family and loved ones of those who are affected.
Police were called to the seaside town of Southport just before noon, where they detained a man and seized a knife. The victims were taken to at least 3 different hospitals. Officials are calling this a major incident. While there is no wider threat, they are asking people to avoid the area.
It is with great sadness today I'm here to advise that 2 children have died as a result of the injuries sustained in this morning's condition. Nana, I
want to know what the stabber looks like. Yeah, of course they don't comment on the ethnicity of the stabber. I wonder why. Well, oh, that's what happens when you just let anybody carry assault knives with them.
Old is that with this new drive and motivation, the result is a PhD, the first of several, as the man with no memory, the man fate would seek to dismiss, becomes Dr. Victor Von Doom, while the man who had abandoned his own quest for titles pursues a different goal, molding his own life through intimidation, extortion, and means less subtle. Ideas flow like quicksilver from a brilliant, if wounded mind. Medical advances, enhanced safety apparatus, fuel-efficient engines, patents make the inventor a wealthy man, and that wealth is funneled into economic growth, making Latveria free and strong. But strength takes many forms, and the man who would be Stark seeks them all. In obsession and in consuming, devours all remnants of conscience, a circumstance that will have resounding consequences. It's really cool the way this plays out, because what it effectively tells us is Victor Von Doom, operating in the body of Tony Stark, basically does whatever it is he needs to do in order to win. Borrow, steal, and kill. Of course, he wouldn't beg, but the fact is, he is burning bridges everywhere he goes. He is ruthless and he is relentless. On the other side of the world, Tony Stark, in the body of Victor Von Doom, is really more of a philanthropist, right? He's pursuing goals that make the world better. And the reason why all this matters is because, as Victor Von Doom is told, Tony Stark out in Latveria and all this philanthropic work that he's doing, it's chipping away at Stark Universal's profit, and it's been doing it for years. And their latest energy advance, the development of the arc reactor, could be the last straw, right? Infinite energy forever. It would destroy every energy company that exists out there, and it would hit hard any company that has at least a good chunk of their resources devoted to energy development. And so we end up finding out that basically Victor Von Doom has spies out in Latveria, spying on what Tony Stark is doing, sending information back. It's not enough that they can steal plans, right, or anything with regards to the arc reactor, but the fact is, Victor Von Doom makes the decision that the only thing he can do is just direct espionage, to take this new battle suit that he's developed, which is essentially the Iron Man armor that he was going to sell to the US military, but ultimately doesn't, don this thing, travel to where Tony Stark is at, and then literally obliterate the arc reactor, right? Just destroy the thing on the spot. And that's exactly what happens. The problem here is that, of course, Tony Stark has guys inside Dr. Doom's offices, right? He has guys reporting back to him. So he finds out Dr. Doom intends to launch an attack. He doesn't know the details of it, but he knows one is coming. And that's where you switch over to him with what is in effect a Dr. Doom battle armor suit, but of course with Iron Man colors. And he says this rescue suit may be of traditional Latvian design, but its composite elements are cutting edge. Puncture resistant, polymer reconstruction, flame retardant cape for protecting the injured. Emergency crews will be able to work in complete safety in hazardous environments, from chemical spills to explosions. And so when you switch over to Tony Stark, he's none the wiser to the fact that this attack is coming, right? He's just sort of showcasing this new suit that he's developed for himself, right? The rescue suit, that it may be of traditional Latvian design, but it's
Is it true that Dr. Disrespect is going to be the new main villain of the MCU? Also, Lenny explains why he is no longer into trannies.
Maniacs.
No, Dr. Disrespect is not going to be the main villain in the MCU, but let's take a look at Lenny. Thanks for the donation,
all over the world.
Wigger.
I've been receiving a lot of direct messages, phone calls, texts, and the same question is being asked of me. Big Lenny, are you still into Tantentens? That's an excellent question. And the furthest back I can remember was, sadly, in Miami in 2020. I had an experience with one. But, in over 4 years since then, I have not. And there's 5 factors that are reasons for this. And one of the reasons, which I would like to think is the first and foremost reason, actually might not, in reality, be the main reason. But I can say this from the bottom of my heart. I'm also concerned about the fact that many young, impressionable maniacs, after hearing me mention Tantentens and explain what that is on classic episodes of the Delray Misfits, or from Delray Misfits podcast, which can all be seen at the flick of a fingertip. The reason is, when I'm getting young, impressionable maniacs saying they started becoming fascinated and really into Tantentens after hearing me talk about it. And that's probably the worst thing that I could hear is I do consider it first and foremost a sin as well as a perversion that, thankfully, has been lifted from me. And I urge everyone to do the same. We're only here for a short time.
So fucking weird. He thinks he's the one responsible for getting people attracted to black transsexuals with large penises. Like, no, they were into that before they met you.
Say that I won't speak to one. I will certainly give them the respect as a fellow human being and the love. But as far as the other things I engage in, no, those days are over. So, probably the main reason is my reduction in PEDs. Not only I haven't competed in bodybuilding since 2018, I have a difficult time with side effects. Now, due to my chronological age and certain issues, I simply cannot tolerate the dosages I once did. And whether that's a good or bad thing, it definitely reduces the urge, thinking about it, and wanting to engage in it quite substantially. And I am on a TRT, lower dosage, and it's working good, but it's not something I could say I could become my best physically at a TRT dosage, probably not. But I do believe I could fill up, or let's just say, fulfill my moniker of 18 forever, which I think is the key, and any man should explore their hormone levels and get it tested first. So, the second reason is the current, as they say, they being the cookie cutters, woke climate of the Tantentens. I used to get a thrill going out late at night, looking for it. Go into that one place down in Hollywood Boulevard, which is no longer open. Going through the back alleys of Dixie Highway 30 years ago, 20 years ago. And then, of course, going over their homes. And it just isn't, say, nasty enough. It's not perverted enough anymore. It's mainstream. And as you know, and that's a catch-22, what I'm saying right here. Because not only with the reduced PED dosages, I've just don't have the urge for it. It's not on my mind. I'm not obsessed with it. It was much more, let's say, taboo, as Sigmund Freud would call it, to go out there in the darkness of the night, through the back alleys, and over their homes, not knowing what to expect except the picture that you saw. And in some cases, the person you saw when you got to their house was different than the picture you saw. And I could talk about that now, but I just want to get to the main issues of why I'm not into it anymore. And of course, number 3, my reduced watching of porn. Absolutely. I find it boring. I find it something that I've been there, done that, seen it all, or so I think, and really don't want to see anything out of the scope that I've already seen in my entire lifetime. And that obviously has a lot to do with the reduced PED dosage too, so that all ties together. Now, let's talk about other types of mind-altering substances. I ran out of GHB about 3 years ago, and its analogs 1.4 GBL. Don't have it, can't use it, and guess what? That was a big aphrodisiac for it. Absolutely, without question. And for some, it could be alcohol. It wasn't for me. Alcohol could trigger it. Ecstasy, yeah. Did a little bit of that, not much. Got into that late in life, chronologically, even though I'm 18 forever. Dibbled in it, dabbed in it. Took it with the GHB. That's what the ooey and gooey was. But no desire to do that. And obviously the legal ramifications for that, which makes it totally out of question. And of course, to a small extent, Phenibut, which...
The Unsplit Moon donated $2. Bro, peep the comments on the first video. LMFAO straight roasting his ass. Let me see.
How Atheist Thinks World was created. How
That was monumentally retarded. Bro, the type of guy to make fun of people for being atheists, then say it's not okay to hurt his beliefs. Bro missed out a whole 4.5 billion years. Bro graduated from the McDonald's ice cream machine. Bro, the person to cancel a doctor's appointment because he's sick. Bro thinks he's roasting atheism, but actually he's roasting himself. Bro's the type of guy to believe the earth is flat. I wouldn't be surprised. How Muslims think the universe was created. Allah. B. Universe. Okay. What a fucktard.
Quick question for you. If you're an atheist, why do you not believe in God? And if you don't believe in God because you say the book is written by man, why do you believe in evolution? Because that was also made up by a guy, I think. Quick question.
These people are genuinely retarded.
Why I can never be an atheist. Scientists cannot define consciousness. Scientists alone cannot define what a soul is.
So scientists can define what consciousness is.
Cannot answer where thoughts come from. An atheist.
Yes, they can.
Atheist doctrine tells me I was born without a purpose, just to eat, sleep, and die. But Islam, on the other hand, gives me a purpose and a mission.
Islam does not give you a purpose. Nothing can ever give you a purpose. Every time I debate Muslims on moral realism, they cannot make a fucking argument, and they just, like, kick me from their stream. It's fucking hilarious. Like, they just can't handle it, dude.
17 kilohertz.
This atheist proved the existence of God.
So here's some proof, y'all, bitches, that there's no God. God ain't real, okay? If there was a God, there'd be a lightning strike in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, the Unsplit Moon.
My sponsor doesn't carry it anymore. It's not the easiest thing to obtain. There's some companies that sell it. It's still legal. And it had, I'd say, a small to medium effect on being obsessed with the Tantentens and whatnot, for sure. And I said it once, I said it again. Every classic Del Rey Misfits episode, I was under the influence of Phenibut. Those were my peak years. And I took so much Phenibut as I had a good hookup at the local nutrition store that I was taking that on a 5-day on, 2-day off basis for about 3 years. And when I'm talking about 5-day on, I would take a teaspoon with every meal. Pre-contest, took it, off-season bodybuilding.
Phenibut does not do anything.
And for those 5 days, it was almost like a stimulant. I couldn't sleep. I didn't need to sleep, which is probably a strange effect a lot of people don't realize. But when you use a small recommended amount, it can help you sleep. But in my case, no. And when I went off those 2 days of the week, I made sure I was also off, and it was usually a Monday and Tuesday. I was off of my employment in the hospital, as well as off training in the gym. And I do remember distinctly, this is well before the Del Rey Misfits. I had saw Brad at Publix, the old one Jason worked at. It's now torn down, and he's working in the new one. But I saw Brad at the salad area, and he came up, and we usually talked a little football in the gym. And he had his postal shorts on and everything, and I did not want to talk to him. And I couldn't believe I left the house to shop. I had to get food. I didn't want to look at anybody. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I simply wanted to get my tunnel vision, get on my bike, pedal over to Publix, get what I needed, and then go home. And those 2 days off, I would sleep 12, 14 hours a day. I would have ready-made meals on that Sunday night, so I didn't have to prepare them. I could barely even do the laundry. That's how absolutely depleted I was after megadosing that Phenibut 5 days straight. But those days are over. I'm not saying I wouldn't do Phenibut again. That's definitely something I would definitely use again if I had it, but it's just no desire to use it at all. But it had a small part to play with it. Phenibut isn't an extreme, let's say, mind-altering substance. It does have very beneficial effects, I can say that. But obviously, the dosage I was using was not recommended, and it does have side effects. And the come down off it is horrendous. But of course, I just basically slept, listened to AM radio, usually conservative talk shows, and slept. And then by the time I would start using it again on that Wednesday morning, when I went back to work, as they say, the cookie cutters, I would go back to the gym on that Wednesday too. And 1 teaspoon, I'd say about an hour or two before my alarm clock went off. By the time I woke up, I was rolling, ready to go. So, and that way you use it as a stimulant. I'll talk on that in another video, another Big Lenny Show video. But another main reason is thinking about the afterlife. what I did was a sin. What I engaged in was an abomination, a perverted abomination. And I've led others astray, impressionable young people. And there's a saying in the Bible that says, those who lead the young astray, the young and innocent, it's better for them to tie a millstone to their neck with a chain and drop yourself into the ocean. And
there's nothing wrong with black trannies. If you like black trannies, then have fun with black trannies.
Obviously, I've asked for forgiveness from God for leading others astray, and I hope those that are having issues with it, being obsessed with it, and engaging in it, to learn from this. And you might have to do what I did to get off it completely. Now, I wish I could say 100% it was my faith in God and my desire for forgiveness is the main reason. But I would probably find myself thinking about it uncontrollably if I didn't.
Grey Knight, don't need to use this vegan-friendly dish looks delicious, and it's even vegan page. Would you make this?
Meal into cookie dough. Take your oats to the next level.
Protein overnight oats are super convenient. So today I'm going to show you guys how to take your overnight oats and turn them into chocolate chip cookie dough. So first we're going to blend all of our ingredients together just to get a smooth cookie dough like consistency. You don't have to do this step, but if you want the oats to be nice and smooth. And if you do have oat flour, you can skip the whole blending process. Then you're going to slowly add cold water and mix till you get a cookie dough like consistency. And be careful not to add too much water. Add in your mini chocolate chips, mix those in. So tempting to eat the cookie dough right now, but add it to your 10-ounce ramekin, let it sit overnight.
Probably wouldn't bother, but it looks good. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Reduce the PED dosages and stay away from the mind-altering substances, or at least the little ones that I've used. So, to sum this up, I'm simply moving forward. I'm always checking out a young girl I could possibly father a child with and make sure myself and
Is he, like, actually being serious that he wants to have children? Bro, Lenny is just so fucked. Like, he's not the worst person ever, but, like, he can't take care of himself. He can't hold down a job. He's had issues with drug addiction. He's just a overall freak. He's old as shit. And he's actually serious about wanting to have a child. Like, my God. The government should step in and make it illegal for him to have kids.
this young woman are equally yoked, and I could definitely mold a girl, as I believe all of us, especially us maniacs, should produce offspring. And those maniacs that have the children, the grandchildren, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and I applaud you for that. So, moving forward, keep loving everyone, don't hate anybody, and don't hate anybody for being a Tantenten. Pray for them. That's all.
Well, that's retarded.
Composite elements are cutting edge, but in the middle of this exposition, somebody comes running in and basically says, we're under attack, we're being hit at the arc reactor. This of course leads to Tony Stark activating the suit and then in turn going out into the field. Now, one of the things that he does make a comment about is that this suit was not designed for offense. It was not designed to attack. It's not a battle suit, right? It's literally just a suit of protection. It's defensive, but still it has all the capabilities that it needs to be able to protect itself. And so when he takes this suit out there, he comes face to face with Dr. Doom, and it's cool. What happens is that Dr. Doom relishes in everything that's been happening, right? He says there are many things you do not expect, but that's another story. As for your precious arc reactor, I've downloaded the key technology into my battle suit. Much more practical than trying to extract it from rubble, because he literally blows the facility to pieces, right? There's nothing left of this arc reactor technology short of what is in effect this super advanced thumb drive that's in Dr. Doom's possession. possession. Following that, he goes to leave, right? He says, you can always rebuild, of course, but by then, the Stark version will have cornered the market. This was almost too easy. Now, for a moment, Tony Stark gives off this impression that he's almost just kind of ready to roll over, right? Just roll over, take it, and just kind of accept his fate. But he doesn't, right? He finds that metal in him and he says, magnetism. Attractor beams were meant to lift debris from collapsed buildings, but they should work just as well on Stark's metal armor. And of course, he fires it off, but with Doctor Doom's suit basically being this battle armor, right? This offensive suit, it just starts firing off rockets. Which is kind of cool. But again, you get this kind of back and forth and back and forth. But Doctor Doom just kind of ridicules this guy, right? He says, you should have let me leave. Then I would have let you live. Your protective shell is formidable, but it's wearing down. And all I need is to make a single hole. But all I needed was to lure you close enough to do this. And fires off an energy blast that hits Tony Stark and sends him flying. More rockets come in. I mean, it's a full-on assault, right? Like bullets coming in. I mean, it's kind of a War Machine Iron Man hybrid with a suit of armor. But then Tony Stark picks up on something. He realizes this suit is able to react at lightning speed, almost as if it follows his thoughts. And that's when he realizes the suit itself taps into the brain of Victor Von Doom. So
Also, did you have to take down your other stream again last night? I wanted to look back on how you responded to Jessica's stupidity. Lol. What was your response when she called herself a Semite? So she can't be labeled anti-Semitic or some bullshit.
Yeah, that whole idea that, oh, well, I'm Arab, so I'm a Semite, that's just fucking retarded. Arabs aren't fucking Jews. They're a different ethnicity. They're a distinct ethnicity and a distinct culture. That's why Arabs want to kill Jews. So, like, it's just fucked-hearted. Like, oh, well, I'm Arab. I'm part of a culture that wants to exterminate the Jewish race. That's Muslim. That's completely opposed to Judaism and has historically wiped out Jewish tribes and committed fucking genocides. So obviously I'm a Semite, so calling me an anti-Semite is fucking stupid. Like, it's just dumb. That is the most bullshit, retarded fucking cope you could possibly come up with. But yeah, I had to take the stream down because of community guideline risks. Oh my god, Finn is like a big hamburger. Look at Finn, everybody. Just look at him. He's like a big hamburger. Wow. Look at him. So fuzzy. Thanks for that donation, though, Grey Knight. Look at this Finn, though. Yeah, you make noises. Oh my god, he's like a big teddy bear. Lie down. Yeah, you're weird. You're very weird. Stop trying to crawl into my mouth. No. Lie down. That's a good boy.
All he has to do is duplicate the frequency, override his mental commands, and that's exactly what he does. And then he just prematurely activates the rockets in the back of the suit and blows the thing to pieces. Following that, Tony Stark just kind of lords over Doctor Doom as if he's defeated, and the response of Doom, if you let me live, I will give you your life back. And that's the kicker here. Tony Stark didn't remember what had happened in the experiment. He didn't remember that Doctor Doom had forced them to switch places. He thought he was always this guy, right? He thought he was always Victor Von Doom, and Tony Stark was always Tony Stark. He didn't realize what his identity was, and that's what Doom tells him. That experiment in college, the one that cost you your...
I asked about overhead press yesterday. If I do overheads on push day, when in the workout should I them? I currently do bench, incline bench, overhead, flies, lat raises, then tricep in that order. Should I do push day 2x a week or 6-day PPS split? THX.
So, I would do the overhead pressing after you do your vertical pressing. So, after you do flat and incline bench would be a good time to do overhead pressing. Unless, for whatever reason, you're trying to prioritize your overhead press. In that case, I do it first, but... I don't think there's too much of a fatigue cost when you go from horizontal pressing to vertical pressing. So I don't think it really holds back your overhead press much. And should I do push day 2 times a week or 6-day push-pull leg split? So that would be the same. That'd be the same frequency. So it wouldn't make a difference. If you're doing a push day twice a week, that'd be the same frequency as if you did a 6-day push-pull leg split. So that there wouldn't be an advantage to either. It's the same frequency. Thanks for the donation though, Sander Bling. Hope that helps. Cute Gains, $22. May you enjoy these. Let me take a look.
This is the story of a cow named Winston. Winston wanted to be friends with all of the other animals at the farm.
Aww.
He would go up to them, spend time trying to befriend them.
Oh, that's your friendly cow.
Show affection and try to play with them. The other animals didn't really like Winston and would ignore him every time he tried to spend time with them.
Oh,
they would
poor
shun,
Winston.
bark, and be mean to him until he sadly gave up and went away. Time passed and a horse named Ronnie came to the farm. At first, Winston waited and did not approach her since he thought that like every other animal, Ronnie would simply ignore him and be mean to him. After some time, Winston went up to Ronnie's stall and tried to give her kisses like he had tried to do with all of the other horses. Surprisingly, Ronnie seemed to enjoy it. After some time of hanging around together, Winston and Ronnie built a connection. They became friends and had a lot of fun together. This is the...
That's a nice cow.
Fall is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens. I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Oh, those are nice cows. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Through the park and by the tree, we will rest upon the ground and look at all the bugs we found. Safely walk to school without a sound.
Those are nice cows. Oh my god, they're so nice. They're friends. Oh, a nice fuzzy cow. Oh, so nice. Just wants to say hello.
When Simon first met the Misfit crew, he was definitely curious.
He's like, this guy's big, I can take him.
You're so good, Simon.
Ombre, the turkey in that group, is mostly just very
Ooh,
protective
turkey.
of the other animals.
Funniest looking cow I've ever seen.
And claims that this is my little cow, I'm going to take care of him.
Oh,
Even though they were all different species, they really did stick together as a little herd.
look at that nice little
People are always
turkey.
asking, how do you help these animals heal? And Simon was incredibly sick at the time. When he came to us, it was actually kind of a dramatic day when I found out about Simon. I met this great activist at the Veg Fest who showed me Simon's picture. And she convinced the petting zoo that they should give Simon up. We, shortly after he arrived, learned that he actually had salmonella. And then we had to keep this poor, sick, sad little baby in quarantine for 5 weeks. Out into the pasture,
Poor
wheelchair,
baby.
a turkey, and a rooster. but at some point, Simon's getting bigger.
Wow.
Like collapse.
Wow. Look at those
And he's made
cows.
some really good friends.
Oh my god, those are really
Part of
good
the story
cows.
that really moves me the most is how many people in his community stood up for him.
Whoa, those are good cows. Oh. Oh my goodness, the dog is meeting the cows. Wow. I really like cows. Cows are good. Thanks for the donation, Cute Gains. Wilmage $20. Marvel and DC could just step aside for now and make room for other comic book heroes into the big screen. Well, I heard about this. They're making a Spawn movie, and supposedly Jamie Foxx is gonna play Spawn. He seems like the most logical choice. Yeah, that's a good boy. Thanks for the donation, though, Wilmage. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Ugh. Poor babies. Poor baby. Finn's a baby. Do you guys see Finn? He's a little baby. Yeah, you're a little baby, Finn.
Your memory, it was not your doing, but mine. The machine I tricked you into using switched our minds, but that can be corrected. Grant me amnesty, asylum, and I'll testify to the truth. You can have everything back. Stark Universal, your family legacy, your name. And the response of Tony Stark here, why would I want that name, right? Like, sure, you have taken my body, and the world believes you to be Tony Stark, and they believe me to be Victor Von Doom. But what's the name of Tony Stark in this world? It's a name that is synonymous with greed, cruelty, and a lust for power. I don't covet that. The name of Victor Von Doom is a name for peace, for compassion, and for caring. So no, I'll keep the name Victor Von Doom, and you can spend the rest of your life in prison. And that's where the story ends. Here's the kicker, because I know a lot of you guys are looking at this and you're saying, but the good guy wins, and Tony Stark is Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom's a villain, right? Okay, cool. Imagine that the bad guy wins this story. Imagine it just plays out that way, right? Imagine that, like, Dr. Doom kills Tony Stark, and Dr. Doom walks away as the head of Stark Industries. Imagine it just goes that way. And that's your basis behind Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to...
Is that what the plot's gonna be? I don't understand how they're gonna work that into, like, the whole story.
Ever going through, like, maybe I am also a woman, and that's why I'm so like, no, I don't know a single other cis dude who can say that. I've never talked to a cis guy who's like, oh, I definitely went through the feelings. Like, that's very different than exploring femininity. Like, very different than playing dress up, very different than wanting to wear women's clothes. If you were someone who was putting on, like, you know, women's panties and then suddenly thinking like, oh my God, what does this mean? Stuff like that. No, people can explore. Unfortunately, otherwise it's gay and gay bad. So you gotta be a rock star to be able to do that. And then you're cool. Yeah, but if you're not a rock star, then people are gonna be like, hey, what's going on there? That's a little bit strange. But no, the truth of the matter is you can explore gender without necessarily being trans or gay, but you could also be trans and gay, and that's totally okay too. All amazing. So Elon Musk is a scumbag. Terrible father, really, really gross, transphobic, bigot, anti-Semitic, fucking asshole, you know, far right, soothsayer at this point, and did all that on the Jordan Peterson Daily Wire special. And so Jordan Peterson's daughter actually has spoken out. Vivian, Elon Musk's daughter, speaks on her father's lies on Threads. There's a lot of stuff I need to debunk, which I will get to, so don't worry. But I want to start with what I find the funniest, which is the notorious, quote, slightly autistic tweet. This is going to be a bit, so just bear with me. Elon Musk dead names his own daughter and says, was born gay and slightly autistic, two attributes that contribute to gender dysphoria. I knew that from when she was about 4 years old, and she would pick up the clothes for me to wear like a jacket and tell me it was fabulous, as well as her love for musicals and theater. But just continuing to do it. This is entirely fake. Like, literally, none of this ever happened. Ever. I don't even know where he got this from. My best guess is that he went to the Milo Yiannopoulos School of Gay Stereotypes, just picked some random and said, good enough in a last-ditch attempt to garner sympathy points when he is so obviously in the wrong, even in his own fucking story. I did not have a, quote, love of musicals and theater when I was 4, because, I was fucking 4. I did not know what these things were. My earliest real experience with musicals was when my twin brother had a Hamilton phase in like 8th or 9th grade, and overplayed it so much in the car to the point where a long time I swore off the entire genre. Which, of course, not only is Elon Musk a piece of shit, not only is he a deadbeat dad, who, like, at least Kirk could make an album, He made Can I Borrow a Feeling? I've seen nothing from Elon Musk. What is he got? Can't check your vibe? He's lying. Because they're all lying. They're all grifters. Elon Musk craves adoration, and online adoration specifically. He is a evil nerd. I can tell you this as a non-evil nerd. He's a nerd, but he's an evil nerd, and he's one of the same. Like, he's got the same nerd inclinations like I do towards video games, towards playing video games for a very long time, and video game culture and posting about it, that kind of stuff. I love electronic music as well. A lot of people got mad at me for making a joke about him and psytrance. I'm not like psytrance and electric cars can be great. They can also be horrifying in the hands of the evil nerds. Is all I'm trying to say. But he's a liar, and in pursuing wanting to be 4chan daddy on the Hitler's Bunker the app, he got to the point where now he's got to go on Jordan Peterson's show, and they both just lie to each other. Like, Jordan Peterson lies to him that he's happy. He's not. He lies to him that he's healthy. He's not. And then they just go back and forth. And then he lies to him about what the woke mind virus is, and that how I lost a child, and it took a child from me, and all this kind of shit. It gets worse. I never picked out jackets for him to wear, and I was most certainly not calling them fabulous, because literally, what the fuck? I did not use the word fabulous when I was 4, because once again, I would like to reiterate, I was 4. Like, this is so obvious, I don't even think it warrants explanation, but apparently people believe this nonsense, so here I am. This entire thing is completely made up, and there's a reason for this. He doesn't know what I was like as a child, because, quite simply, he wasn't there. And in the little time that I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. Obviously, he can't say that. So I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype.
Fake Elon Musk is in Destiny's Discord telling him he eats carnivore diet. See if you can get in there.
Fuck, let me see. Oh, here we go.
That all out.
Yeah, I've done a decent amount of research on it because Peterson brought this up before, and I wanted to fight with him on it because I hate Jordan Peterson. But when I did more reading on it, for a lot of the carnivore diets, the case studies are very limited, but the Inuit or the Eskimos, I don't know what you call them now, but they studied their people's diets. But the way that they typically make those carnivore diets work is when they say that they eat only meat, they eat like a variety of meats. So like they'll eat like livers and kidneys and other things.
He's not in the
Eat all
public
different
Discord.
Types of meats of the animal. They're able to basically meet all of their daily nutrients, which was surprising. But I don't know if you can do it just eating like sirloins or like red meat or whatever. I feel like you'd have to eat like a greater variety of things, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. I sometimes also eat fish and such in between as well. Just kind of like any type of meat will do.
Okay.
And it just kind of averages out throughout the week, really. So there's not really that much of a strict. I mean, primarily I eat these sirloins because they're easy to make and easy to acquire. But then there's like different kinds of meat that I'll also eat as well. Sometimes also a little bit of liver, that kind of stuff. Whatever really, whatever really I come across that's fresh. Basically.
You're not worried at all about the long-term impact of sleep deprivation?
That is concerning. I've also noticed that is not affecting me positively. But for now, I kind of stick to that in a sense because I have a lot of things to do. And I need to fit that in. Eventually, I'll kind of like balance that out back to something that's more normal. But right now, there's a lot of stuff that I need to. I have basically 2 different jobs, and I do the whole X thing on the side as well, which is like a third job almost. And so to do this and to network with people to just basically get growth, because I really do want to grow and I want to, break beyond certain barriers. It requires that kind of effort for me personally. So yeah, I have no idea why I do this. I just feel like it's necessary. You're
not ever worried about like sacrifices to, I don't know. I'm assuming you're decently well off financially. I could be wrong on that, but assuming you are, you're not worried that at some point, like trading lifespan or health span for a little bit more financial or whatever other type of success is like a not good trade that doesn't factor in, or you don't care about it as much, or
I think the impact is not as heavy. It just depends on how long you do it for, how much you do it for. Like if your body is basically telling you, yeah, man, I'm not feeling well. If you feel like your mental faculties are suffering, that's probably the time where you say, okay, you know what, I'll have to change some things. You know what I mean?
I disagree, but
right now,
I could be wrong, but it's the have you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't recommend anyone do what I do. I highly recommend not doing it. Actually, as a matter of fact, this is not a thing that you should do.
Well, I was going to say
I'm
one
not
of the
trying to
things
make an argument for that at all.
One of the things I noticed in college, I went to school for a few years for music. I had to drop out because I was working, but when I was in
All right, well, I can't jump into the call because it's a private call. Destiny's not in his public server. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Of an F-slur along to use at his discretion. I think that says a lot about how we view queer people and children in general. As for I'm not a woman, sure, Jan, whatever you say. I'm legally recognized as a woman in the state of California, and I don't concern myself with the opinions of those who are below me. Obviously, Elon can't say the same because in a ketamine-fueled haze. He's desperate for attention and validation from an army of degenerate red-pilled incels and quick mess who are quick to give it to him. Go touch some fucking grass. Extremely shocked to hear this, that the D-Bag is a liar. I hope you're not too bothered about what he says about you. I'm not, lol. I've just started to find it funny at this point. Calling me dead on a podcast with Jordan Peterson, of all people, while basically admitting that you have zero reading comprehension by saying you were tricked into signing documents that you read over multiple times is basically a parody of itself. Like, it's honestly camp. Beautiful. Beautiful, first off. I love the shade. And also, way to fight back against a fucking asshole. Yeah. Fuck Elon Musk. I don't think there's anything else to say about it. Giga Stacy. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to promote her at just because I don't know if she wants love bombing, even if it's from a positive way. But I will say that just because your dad's a piece of shit doesn't mean that you're not fucking amazing and a hero, and clearly you are, and the last thing you need in the world is some cis dude's validation on the show. Time to mansplain this to you. Thank you for having the courage to fucking tell everyone the story, because this at least might get a handful of the weirdos who listen to the kind of shit he says to be like, oh, well, I didn't think about the 4 years old part. That, fair enough, because I too was 4 years old, and I too was not using terms like fabulous, because again, I was 4. So don't really remember. I was probably into the cartoons a lot. I really liked the TMNT and DuckTales, maybe, but I don't know if I was even too young for that. 4, you probably could start watching like DuckTales, right? So there's that.
I sleep in a Cybertruck, do you? I have a pretty big wig at the Tesla factory.
They call it dead naming for a reason. Yeah, all right. So the reason it's called dead naming is because
bloody in the Bible. It is. It's in the Bible.
Your son is dead.
In the Bible,
My son Xavier is dead. Killed by the woke mind virus.
Hold your goddamn horses for 5 more seconds, okay?
Oh, so disgusting.
Vivian and Will say, I'm just going to come on here and say that I'm doing well, and I am formulating a response and whatnot.
I was just like, wow. Let's listen.
Will say, I'm just going to come on here and say that I'm doing well. I'm doing fine, actually. And I am formulating a response and whatnot. It's being worked on. Just hold your goddamn horses for 5 more seconds, okay? I promise it's getting worked on. It is Vivian.
She delivered. Elon Musk's daughter fires back after he says she was killed by the woke mind virus. Vivian Wilson, who legally changed her name and gender after her 18th birthday, took to threads to say that her father is distorting the facts around her transition. In a disjointed 2-hour conversation streamed live on X, formerly Twitter, on Monday, Jordan Peterson and Elon Musk discussed topics ranging from Christian imagery to the carnivore diet. But it was Musk's comments about his estranged trans daughter, Vivian Wilson, whom he dead-named and misgendered repeatedly, that caused a big stir. Now, Wilson, 20, has started to tell her side of the story. Musk had painted himself as a victim of Wilson's gender transition and legal name change, claiming that he had been tricked into signing, or sorry, she'd been tricked into signing paper. Oh no, he had been tricked into signing paperwork that allowed Vivian to go on puberty blockers. Referring to Wilson with male pronouns and by her birth name, Musk lamented that. There. On Thursday, Wilson pushed back against Musk on her Threads account, first challenging a Monday tweet in which he had again dead-named and misgendered her and claimed that she was born gay and slightly autistic. Musk had said that he had known this from the time when Vivian was 4 years old, as Vivian would pick out clothes for me to wear like a jacket and tell me it was fabulous, and loved musicals. There's a lot of stuff I need to debunk, which I will get to, don't worry, but I want to start with what I find the funniest, which is the notorious slightly autistic tweet.
Wow, Elon Musk is such a piece of shit.
Yeah, he is. And, I mean, we all knew that before, but, yeah. Man, I really wish I could debate Jordan Peterson. I would fucking smoke that fool and make him look like a fucking retard. Like, the fact that Jordan Peterson hasn't, at this point, disavowed his interview with Elon Musk and, like, made a public statement that what Elon Musk said about his trans daughter seems to be a lie, as confirmed by statements by his own fucking daughter. He won't do that because he just hates trans people. So anybody he can get onto his stupid show to, spread his hate of trans people, he'll do it no matter how dishonest they are. They're such fucking cunts. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Like, by the way, it's so stupid. Elon Musk has has no relationship with his kids. He's barely ever there. And then he's saying, my child was killed by the woke mind virus. You're an absent father. You don't even know your own children. Like that's just such a bizarre claim to make for somebody who barely even visits his own kids. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
She wrote, this is entirely fake. Like, literally, none of this ever happened, ever. I don't even know where he got this from. My best guess is that he went on Milo Yiannopoulos' School of Gay Stereotypes, just picked some at random and said, good enough, in a last-ditch attempt to garner sympathy points when he's obviously in the wrong, even in his own fucking story. And you don't know who Milo is? In a subsequent post, Wilson wrote, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. I disowned him, not the other way around. Indeed, when legally changing her name and gender in 2022, she told a California court that she no longer wished to be related to Musk in any way, shape, or form. By that point, Musk had already tweeted criticism of preferred pronouns and said he might support Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who he had signed with the state's controversial Don't Say Gay law into that year. As for Musk's claims that he demonstrated passions for musicals and fashion as a child, Wilson went on to say that her father's account makes no sense, since four-year-olds aren't aware of such concepts. This entire thing isn't completely made up, and there's a reason for this. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he simply wasn't there. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. Wilson then brushed aside Musk's insistence that she's not a woman, noting that she's legally recognized as a female. Musk himself, she said, is lost in a ketamine-fueled haze, desperate for attention and validation from an army of degenerate red-pilled incels and pick-me's who are quick to give it to him. Musk has talked openly about taking ketamine for therapeutic purposes. He's also, by the way, boasted multiple times that, never been to therapy. He's got so many tweets like that, never been to therapy, don't need therapy, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, who the fuck is prescribing you ketamine then? Like, is that just a whatever you want kind of rich people doctor? Is that how the whole thing works? Or is it sit down like, so what do you want? not what you have or what symptoms would you like me to help alleviate, just what do you want?
Yeah, typically when you get treatments like ketamine, you have to talk to a psychiatrist who will assess you, talk about your personal issues, and then they'll prescribe you certain medications based on symptoms you have. And there has to be an ongoing communication on things like side effects, efficacy of treatment, how it's affecting your mood. Like this idea that he's getting like a pretty fringe sort of treatment, ketamine. Like it does have efficacy behind it, but it's not a regularly prescribed antidepressant or antipsychotic drug. It's something that's very new, kind of on the fringe. The idea that he wouldn't be talking to at least a psychiatrist about this, probably also has a psychologist helping him out too. Like he's just full of shit.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Yeah, I got the page right here. Just tell me what you want, how much you want of it. I will sign this piece of paper. I will hand it to you. You will then go pick up those drugs. And you'll hand me money. You'll hand over lots of money to me. But then, yes, I'll sign it. Wilson elaborated on some of the comments she made in her Threads post, an exclusive interview with NBC News. Musk's recent statements crossed the line, she said. I think he was under the assumption that I was going to say anything and I wasn't just going to let this go unchallenged, which I'm not going to do. Because if you're going to lie about me, like blatantly to an audience of millions, I'm not just going to let that slide. Wilson said that for as long as she could remember. Musk hasn't been a supportive father. She said that he was rarely present in her life, leaving her and her siblings to be cared for by their mother or by nannies, even though Musk had joined custody. And she said Musk berated her when he was present. He was cold, she said. He's very quick to anger. He's uncaring and narcissistic. Wilson said that when she was a child, Musk would harass her for exhibiting feminine traits and pressure her to appear more masculine, including by pushing her to deepen her voice as early as elementary school. I was in 4th grade. We went on a road trip, and I didn't know what was actually an advertisement for one of the cars. I don't remember which one, and he was constantly yelling at me viciously because my voice was too high. She said it was cruel. Musk didn't respond for a request for comment. He's an abusive father. That's what happened here. For the man who's got clearly an impregnation fetish, and
He screamed at his kid because her voice was high pitched. Like, wow.
and a pushing for the white supremacy agenda of making sure that white birth rates are at their utmost highest at all times while vilifying immigrants kind of a guy, he at the same time refuses to look after his own kids. Like, I have absolutely no problem with people having children, and especially if people are having children, please do so because you want a child and you can love a child. That's the most important part, that you're willing to love the child, and the child doesn't owe you shit. That's like that the weird way that somehow some kind of twisted conservative view of this whole thing where like, and then the child must be obedient to their parents in all things and all matters. It's like the kid does not like have to change themselves for you because you don't agree with how they were born, right? And you want them to live a certain way or be a certain, or even be a certain gender. Like, again, cis people have to wrap their heads around the fact that like that never happens to us. We don't get that, like I didn't even need to think about this concept at all. My entire, it was just like this, it was so default, and then just like you never, no questioning, no blah blah blah, no none of this, no parents being like, at this point sure your voice isn't dropping. It's like, no, you're becoming a man, son. I am becoming a man, all that kind of shit. Musk 53 is amongst the wealthiest people in the world through stakes in Tesla, where he's CEO, and SpaceX, which he founded. He's also become a significant political figure, having endorsed former President Donald Trump this month for another term in the White House. Musk has 12 children that we know of, including Wilson. Now a college student studying languages, Wilson has never granted an interview before.
I know you like Destiny, and I mean no disrespect asking this, but can I ask why? The man's not vegan, and he clearly doesn't give two shits about animals. Why do you even give him the time of day?
Well, I like his political commentary, and he's probably the only large left-wing content creator that I know of that gives sensible political commentary on pretty much any political topic. You'll find the Young Turks saying the most retarded shit about Joe Biden, about Israel-Palestine, You'll have Majority Report talking about how they don't want to send support to Ukraine. Like, Destiny is the only one where he just has based views on practically every topic. Like, I know he's not, like, vegan or anything, but even when you hear him talk about, like, the vegan positions, out of anybody I've ever debated, my debates with Destiny have probably turned more people vegan, because everybody who watches those debates realizes the only way you can justify not being vegan is if you're pro-animal abuse. So even though he's not vegan and everything, like, he's actually helped turn more people vegan than anybody I've fucking debated. So that's basically why. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler.
This person work with you. Now, of course, doing this, I wouldn't do this myself. I think that's an ethical concern. But technically speaking, it's a gray area. It's a really annoying gray area. You know what I mean? Like, it's technically doxing, but also not at the same time. I kind of feel like
before and was largely out of the public view. She did, however, attract attention in 2022 when she sought court approval in California to change her name and in the process denounced her father. I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form, she said in the court filing. She told NBC News at the time she was surprised by the media attention with the court filing, which she submitted when she was 18. She said in an interview that she stands by what she wrote, though she said she might have tried to be more eloquent had she known the coverage would get. Wilson said she hadn't spoken to Musk in about 4 years and that she refused to be defined by him. I would like to emphasize one thing. I'm an adult. I'm 20 years old. I'm not a child, she said. My life should be defined by my own choices. Musk threw a spotlight on Wilson on Monday, but speaking about the relationship in a video interview with psychologist and conservative commentator Jordan Peterson streamed live on X. The dead naming, the whole thing. She was killed by the mind virus. I lost my child. And in a post on X, Musk said Monday that Wilson was born gay and slightly autistic, and that at age 4 she fits certain gay stereotypes such as loving musicals and using the exclamation "fabulous" to describe certain clothing. Again, I think she was right on the money. He picked like the lowest hanging fruit of gay stereotypes. That she was just walking around going fabulous and that like just loved playing dress up and all that kind of stuff. And so I knew that obviously I had a gay kid, and unfortunately the woke mind virus at that time had infected her, and she unfortunately succumbed to it. And like that, you're just a terrible, shitty, abusive dad. Honestly, that's all this is. And like I said, other people in the past can be abusive pieces of shit and not try to turn it into a fucking movement. Not trying to get other people involved too, to be like, yes, I too now believe in the woke mind virus, and I believe that it is insidious and it is spreading trans ideology upon the world. He doesn't know what I was like as a child because he simply wasn't there, and in the little time that I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness, I've been reduced to a happy little stereotype. I think that a lot about how he views queer people and children in general. In recent years, Musk has taken a hard right turn into conservative politics and has been waging a campaign against trans people and policies designated to support them. This month, he said that he was pulling his businesses out of California to protest a new state law that bars schools from requiring that trans kids be outed to their parents. On X, Musk has for years criticized trans rights, including medical treatment for trans-identified minors and the use of pronouns if they are different from what would be used at birth. He has promoted anti-trans content, called for arresting people who provide trans care to minors. After Musk bought X, then known as Twitter, in 2022, he rolled back the app's protection for trans people, including a ban on using dead names. Musk told Peterson that Wilson's gender transition has been motivation for his push into conservative politics. I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that. So pathetic, so sad,
And personally, I think that's a belief for wankers.
Wilson was also mentioned in a biography of Musk by author Walter Isaacson, a book that she told NBC News was inaccurate and unfair to her. The book refers to the politics as, quote, radical Marxism, quoting Musk's sister-in-law, Christina Musk, whom Wilson said she is not a Marxist, though she said she does oppose wealth inequality. The book also calls her by her middle name. Wilson said Isaacson never reached out to her directly ahead of the publication. In a phone interview on Thursday, Isaacson said that he reached out to other family members. Wilson told NBC News that for years she considered speaking about Musk's behavior as a parent and as a person, but that she could no longer remain silent after his comments on Monday. She said she never received an explanation for why her father spent so little time with her and her siblings, behavior that she now views as strange. He was there, I want to say, maybe 10% of the time. That's generous, she said. And he had half custody and he was not fully there, which is a fact of life at the time, so I don't think I realized just how abnormal of an experience it was. Wilson said she came out twice in life, once as gay in 8th grade and a second time as trans when she was 16. She said that she doesn't recall Musk's response the first time, that she wasn't present when Musk heard from others that she was trans, because by then the pandemic had started and she was living full-time with her mother. She's very supportive. I love her a lot, Wilson said of her mom. The pandemic was a chance to escape Musk's cruelty, she said. When COVID hit, I was like, I'm not going over there. It was basically very lucky timing. Musk told Peterson in the interview that he'd been tricked into signing documents authorizing trans-related medical treatment for Wilson, an allegation Wilson says isn't true. I was essentially tricked into signing documents. This was before I had any understanding of what was going on, and we had COVID going on. Wilson said that in 2020, when she was still a minor at 16, she wanted to start treatment for severe gender dysphoria, but she needed consent of both her parents under California law. She said that her mother was supportive, but that Musk initially wasn't. She said that she texted him about it for a while. I was trying to do this for months, but he said that I had to go meet with him in person. At that point, it was very clear that we both had a very distinct disdain for each other. When she eventually went and gave him the medical forms, she said he read them at least twice, once with her and then again on his own before he signed them. He was not by any means tricked. He knew the full side effects. She said that she took puberty blockers before she switched to hormone replacement therapy, treatment that she said were life-saving for her and other trans people. They save lives. Let's not get that twisted, she said. They definitely allowed me to thrive. She said that she believes the requirement to obtain such treatments remain onerous, with teenagers pressured to say they're at extreme risk of self-harm before they'll be approved. She said that she felt judged by Musk and Peterson in the Monday interview for not being at a high enough risk in their eyes. I basically put into a point where, to a group of people, I have to basically prove whether or not I was suicidal or not to warrant medically transitioning, she said. It is absolutely mind-boggling. And thoroughly and utterly disgusting too. Musk is just such an enormous piece of shit. So good for Vivian. What a legend. Honestly, it's one of those things where Musk, 100%, such an abusive deadbeat dad, so fucking thoroughly divorced that he thought he was just going to do this kind of thing. And again, to please Ian Miles Chong, You know, for what? For what? You know, it's so fucking disgusting. And now, yeah, it caused his own daughter to come forward, make a statement, come in front of all this, and just be straight up like he was just an absentee father, an abusive father, a piece of shit, and that's all there is to it. None of that is true. I am not like you know, secret gay boy like Musk is implying, like all this weird ass shit like that. Like Jesus Christ, one of the slimiest motherfuckers that are in the face of the earth. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Hey, if you'd like to unlock secret bonus episodes as well as uncensored content, go to patreon.com.
Yeah, what a fucking surprise. Musk is a complete and utter liar. I really wish I could debate Jordan Peterson. I'd love to call him out on those, like, trans interviews he's fucking done. Because he just always lies. He was interviewing that one girl who was a detransitioner, and she admitted to lying about her gender dysphoria. And then Jordan Peterson didn't like point out that, okay, so you lied to your psychologist and psychiatrist and everything in order to get gender affirming care. Like, he just wants to push a narrative that there's no such thing as trans people, which is insane.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
It's me again, guys. I need your guys' help. I want you guys to come down to Logan and find me. I'm mostly at the library, and we can meet up there. I need your guys' help again, please. When you guys get this, call me or text me, or do something, please. I need your guys' help, the Russian guys.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Oh. How's it going?
Good!
Don't do that, please. Why?
You just get off work. Want some nut?
What kind are they?
Barbecue.
Oh, okay. There you go. Driving around, huh?
Yep. No, get off work.
You're gonna get in trouble by my brother.
You got a brother?
Nathan?
Ah.
You gotta be quicker than that, buddy.
That's weird.
Increased reporting is pointing to Donald Trump and the people around him realizing that J.D. Vance as a running mate was a very, very bad idea. Interesting article from yesterday in NJ.com, NewJersey.com. Inside Team Trump, was J.D. Vance a mistake? And the article explains how with the changing dynamics of the race, including Joe Biden stepping aside and the likely replacement of Biden on the Democratic ticket with Kamala Harris, that the dynamics of this are not so good. And it actually points out that the shock of Biden's departure is changing this from a race that people around Trump thought was all but over into one where they don't know how to defeat Kamala Harris. And it's unclear whether J.D. Vance is useful in trying to achieve that defeat of Kamala Harris. We also have an article from the New Republic, why Trump suddenly thinks picking J.D. Vance was a mistake. Joe Biden's decision to drop out and endorse Harris to succeed him on the Democratic ticket has Trump's team scrambling. Much of Donald Trump's presidential campaign, including picking J.D. Vance, was structured around attacking Biden. But then Biden announces he's withdrawing.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. He picked J.D. Vance because he was kissing his ass.
Trump campaign officials acknowledged Trump selected the inexperienced.
Kid Boo donated $2, Savage Cat. Let me see. Oh. Animals are very, very strange. Well, that's those are some very brave kitties. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Vance, to boost his own base, not to extend a hand to swing voters, according to The Atlantic. Now, of course, there are real new questions. J.D. Vance's youth, which maybe seemed like an advantage in contrast to Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, compared to Kamala Harris and the likely running mates that she's considering.
This is coming after me again. So Vegan Gains, or Richard Burgess, is a YouTube influencer who is probably the most controversial figure, if not the most, certainly among the most controversial figures in the animal rights movement. And frankly, has said a lot of things and done a lot of things that I don't agree with. But I've had two incredibly good YouTube conversations with them. And the most recent one is about the acceptability of violence, whether violence is ever justified. And this came up in the context of weird conversations that we had about whether it's okay to kill carnivores, including your cat, if your cat is non-vegan, the Trump assassination attempt, and whether you'd kill Hitler as a baby. Anyways, it's a fascinating conversation. He's a really smart guy, no matter what you think of his opinion. Even when he thinks you're a scumbag, and he apparently thinks I'm a scumbag sometimes, it's well worth listening to. So I'll put the link in
is what are people saying about this? Spent most of the video leaning towards VG's arguments, and when he got to his murder fantasies, I came running back towards Wayne to reel us in to our great together. Vegan Gains, is this just lip service, or are you actively killing carnivores, going out of your way to commit violence on beings that are also committing violence? Here we fucking go, dude. Vegan Gains is a fucking man-child bad actor in the community, alright. And there's Stefania. You're not vegan if you're actively buying animal products. There's no justification for killing hundreds, even thousands of animals for the sake of one animal. Hell yeah. What are these dumbasses saying? To be fair, most pet food is made with existing byproducts. It's not a byproduct. This cat was dying. Sometimes even the most strong-minded person will fall to their emotions. It's not an excuse. All right.
It all of a sudden doesn't really seem particularly advantageous. So I don't think for a second that Trump and the people around him think it's viable or plausible to replace J.D. Vance at this point. It seems once again like the risk to keeping Vance is lower than the risk to replacing Vance. But we are really left to wonder, does J.D. Vance bring anything to a Trump-Vance ticket against a revitalized Democratic ticket that includes Kamala Harris at the top, and presumably some competent Democrat
Definitely
running
doesn't.
alongside her, who we will probably find out very soon? I don't really know what he brings. Remember that Vance was chosen because he's a doormat. He has pledged loyalty to Trump after doing a total 180 since his comments about Trump years ago, and because he's young. And neither of those at this point is a reasonable boost when you think of a revitalized Democratic campaign. So he is stuck with Vance as near as I can tell. And there is probably, if I were Kamala Harris, I would be really thinking, I don't know that Trump or Vance are going to debate. They may even pull the whole, the Harris ticket is illegitimate, it's undemocratic, so we're not going to debate. But at least given that there might be a debate, one of the considerations I would have if I were Kamala Harris, even though in some bigger picture debates, quote, don't matter, there's a lot of optics here that do matter. Who would be best suited to wipe the floor with J.D. Vance in a vice presidential debate? I don't know who the answer is, but it's clear that the Harris team is actively looking. Let me know who you think Vice President Harris should select as her running mate, specifically to make J.D. Vance look particularly vapid and useless. info@davidpakman.com. So I have a friend.
It's one of Ontario's most pressing priorities, building hundreds of thousands of homes every single year. But the construction industry has been in a slump thanks to a perfect storm in this province.
You know, interest rates come and go. They vary all the time. We've all lived through a number of cycles of interest rates. What is different this time is the stickiness and the cost to build, the cost to renovate housing.
Ontario's housing construction numbers really tell the story. In the first 6 months of this year, the province saw 36,000 new units under construction. That's lower than the 42,000 in 2024, a 14% drop. Worse still, the province saw a 44% drop in housing construction in June compared to June of 2023. But the construction industry believes the situation is about to get much worse. Developers typically
criminal scum. Buddy, this is all the evidence. I'm calling the cops right now. Ma'am, I'm calling the cops right now. Jason, on Kijiji, hand, 13-year-old hand. Jason, hands 13 years old. Hands 13 years old, Jason. All the evidence is here. All the evidence is here. Please me. Yeah. Fourth time I busted him for wanting to get with a 13-year-old girl. Fourth time I busted him. Fourth time. Hand on Kijiji, 13-year-old. You want to lure outside? You want her to live in with you? You touch me. Okay. Look, this is all the evidence right here, Jason. Yeah, I know. That's assault right now. You're assault. Assault number 1. I am pressing charges. I am pressing charges.
This girl can literally choose her abs. Said this. This is down the street. H in a slap.
Okay.
Message to the
sell new homes years before the construction can begin, and those sales figures have also plummeted.
New home sales in June of this year were 50% lower than they were a year ago. Today,
Gee, I wonder if it's because houses cost double the fucking price.
today's sales are tomorrow's housing starts, so we're really going to see a dearth of supply in the market in 2 to 3 years.
Critics argue it's the Ford government's policies and reversals that's been clogging up the construction.
Developers and home builders don't know what kind of environment they're going to be building in, when they're planning 1 year ahead in advance.
But the Premier argues part of the problem rests with the Bank of Canada and high interest rates.
We get the Bank of Canada to knock the interest rate down to about 3%. You'll see them pop up like mushrooms everywhere.
And while interest rates were lowered this week, the building industry believes faster approvals and fewer taxes and fees could spur construction.
We want to build more homes. Right now, we're finding it's impossible to deliver those homes at a cost that folks can afford. We need to change that into a possible equation, and that's the one that we're calling on the government to work with us on.
What's unclear is what the Ford government is actually doing about it. The Minister of Housing wasn't available for an interview. At Queen's Park, Colin DeBello, Global News.
Prime Minister, you need to start coming up with mandatory sentencing. You go in, you kick the door in, you put a gun to someone's head, you steal their car, you need to be going to jail for 10 years, 5 years, whatever they determine. And we can't have a weak-kneed approach to this. And I've told them that personally. But folks, we know we have more work to do. Here in Ontario, a car is stolen every 14 minutes. There's nowhere in North America that have those stats. That's simply unacceptable. So today we're delivering on our promise, outlined in this year's budget, to invest $134 million to purchase new helicopters to help fight auto theft and organized crime in Ottawa and the GTA. As part of this investment in new Joint Air Support Unit, the OPP will acquire 2 new H-135 helicopters to provide support to Ottawa and the Toronto Police Services. In addition, 3 helicopters will be purchased, owned and operated by Durham, Halton, Peel Regional Police Services to support current patrols and improve response times. Friends, this new fleet of helicopters will be a massive boost for community safety. They'll help keep our highways and roadways safe from violent carjacking, auto thefts, street racing, and impaired drivers. They'll allow for faster and safer pursuits of stolen vehicles and help police locate and catch high-risk suspects. This investment is a strong message to all the criminals and thugs out there involved in violent and organized crime. People who steal cars and commit violent crimes.
You know, here's a fucking idea. How about we give people guns to shoot the criminals, and then the police don't have to do anything?
We're coming for you, and we'll catch you, and we'll put you behind bars. Whether we're investing in new technologies and innovative policing initiatives, fighting guns and gangs, or bringing in new recruits, our government will always be here to support our police services right across the province.
Based. Rob Ford swallows a bee. This is great.
Move forward, but not coming from the government per se, but the premier. It's coming from the health sector. Holy Christ! I just swallowed a bee. Holy Christ! I knew that little bugger. Oh.
Hello, guys and gals.
Oh, that's good.
Usually the
CC. That's fucking hilarious. Let's see.
Donald Jeffrey's girl.
I don't think I can handle some Hamza cringe just yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new series of allegations has hit the Mr. Beast towers. Firstly, an allegation of SA has come out against Chris Tyson, and now many are accusing Mr. Beast of running illegal lotteries and overall being a giant piece of crap, of doggy doo-doo, okay? So how bad is all of it?
You know what? I think we need to address this tension. I don't need this judgmental thing. I need you just to accept it.
I accept that you're an idiot.
All right.
Well, initially, I wanted this video to be much broader in scope and cover the new allegations against Mr. Beast, but that's going to be saved for a separate video because of how much there is to go over from this new Chris Tyson allegation of SA. Now, we already know a lot of claims have been made against Chris Tyson, and Chris seems to be a pretty weird person, to say the least. Pretty effed up, but a new claim is dropped. It's got 62,000 likes, and it claims that this person was being taken advantage of by Chris, and they need to come out and speak out about it. Now, you have some people, I think, immediately reading it and supporting it based on the fact that they don't like Chris Tyson, which, you know, I don't really like Chris Tyson either, so to an extent, that's understandable. But you also have a lot of people questioning this allegation, even people who, in my eyes, want to see Chris Tyson go down, being like, I don't think much happened here. So we're gonna go into this with a fresh set of eyes and read about what we can find out and determine if Chris Tyson did SA this person. Their name is Muskina, by the way, the name of the accuser. Also, Jess is their name. I don't know. You know, these individuals have like 7 names, so we're down the rabbit hole on this one, ladies and gentlemen. I am gonna need to pop a nicotine pouch in my mouth for this. Unfortunately, they're out of Zins everywhere I look, so, you know, F that. For context, Ava and I are both adults and met each other as adults. Ava followed me on Twitter in November of 2022 after seeing my transition timelines on Twitter when I had under 500 followers. And they then show a screenshot of them meeting and Chris asking them how long they've been on HRT. You can see the screenshot here. Jess says, you're an inspiration and you rock. And Chris says, hey, you are too, thanks so much. Also, you look incredible. How long have you been on HRT? And Muskina here, Jess says, since February, thank you so much. We started messaging each other every day throughout Twitter. She confided in me that she thought my results from HRT were amazing. She was planning on getting on HRT.
Sid donated $2. Let me see. Musk claims Israel has committed over 3,376 massacres since October 7th. Yeah, sure they do. Palestinian Hamas critic was kidnapped and beaten by Hamas. That sounds about right. Israel releases a list of 108 UNRWA employees suspected of being members of Hamas or PIJ. Hamas suggests a neutral, technocratic government should rule Gaza after the war. That's interesting. Iran economically supports pro-Palestinian student protests in the United States. Of course they do. Music is kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't think this war will be going on much longer. Sounds like Hamas is just pretty much toast. Hugh Mangus donated $2. Very handsome. Oh my god. Whoa, they are handsome. Oh my goodness. Restricted video not available in my country. Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice sleepy goat. Oh my god, he woke up. He's still sleepy though. That's a nice goat. Ah, no. Finn, no. No, Mlem. Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, Finn. I think you should maybe go down if you're gonna be annoying. Ah! What? I didn't do anything. That rabbit looks fucking hilarious.
Hi, sir. I saw that you looked hungry. I just wanted to give you some food.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, see, I'm not really like buying how happy you are.
Okay,
so
well, I'm very grateful and I'm hungry, so.
No, I get that, but the camera's not getting it, so I just need you to just one more time. Okay. Let's do take two, okay?
All right.
Take two. Here we go.
Sure.
And hi, sir. I saw that you looked hungry. I just wanted to give you some food.
Oh, thank you so much.
Dude, that was it. Yeah. We got it. We got it.
Okay.
Great work.
All
Great
right.
work. Oh, I'm gonna get that. All right. You have a good rest of your day.
Okay.
Yep, that's influencers for you. Thanks for that donation, Hugh Mangus.
HRT soon to transition herself. As someone who follows online culture, content, and streaming, I was overwhelmed by emotions with being trusted with the secret information that I knew would be huge news. As a transgender woman who publicly transitioned a month earlier, I genuinely could not believe something so amazing had happened in my life after I'd been through so much. And they then show a screenshot of Chris saying that Muskina could potentially appear in a Mr. Beast video.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
It was a daring mission to save hostages trapped in a war zone. The daylight raid that rescued 4 Israelis held captive by Hamas in Gaza opened a window to a world of espionage. The rescue, which left at least 100 dead, is just one among a string of undercover operations captured on video. The journal sat down with Shia Paled, one of the first female undercover officers to work with Hamas, a specialist unit within the Israeli border police.
Our job as undercover fighters is to always come up with new tactical methods to fight in and to blend in the fields.
We asked her to explain the tactics and skills required to work deep undercover. Covert operations have been a pillar.
Are you well rested? Any new Frank vids? Are you ready for the hour twerk? Would you ever be down to do a 2-hour twerk for $1,000?
Oh, geez, 2-hour twerk. I mean, it is $1,000, so I guess I could do that. Just make sure if you send me music, that it's safe to use on stream, because I don't want to get a copyright thing on stream. But yeah, I could do an hour twerk. I've rested enough and everything. Let me see. Frank Tefano. Unfortunately, it seems that Frank has not uploaded a video yet, but thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
Of Israel's national security since its founding.
Israel is always very vulnerable for threats around us, so we need to be very alert all the time.
Units like Pellets have infiltrated Palestinian militant strongholds for decades, but extended their work during the Second Intifada.
The undercover unit of the border police was established, and the significance was the ability to move in the field and getting to those terrorists before they're blowing themselves up or going to stab Israeli civilians.
Israel's undercover teams are sometimes referred to as Mistavarim, meaning those who are proficient in Arab culture. Their missions range from rescuing hostages to killing or capturing high-value targets in Palestinian territories. It requires a very specific skill set.
Undercover fighters are, first of all, fighters. We need to really blend in like a set of a movie and be very quiet and be very chill in order to get to our targets and then drop off our costumes and become soldiers and fighters.
Israel has declined to discuss the use of civilian vehicles during the hostage rescue operation in June.
Jalen Donatellers, what did Wayne Shung say that you disagree with? He seems to have a position on nonviolence no matter what the circumstance, which I disagree with. He also seems to think, or at least he's agnostic on the idea, that feeding companion animals meat might be okay, which I also disagree with, but those are the two major disagreements I have with him. Apparently he's also against sending military aid to Ukraine. That would definitely be a disagreement I have. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen.
However, eyewitnesses said this commercial truck transported Israeli special...
Did you hear Robert Downey Jr. is Doctor Doom? Could be interesting. Marvel is making a smart move cause they know all their villains are milquetoast and cookie cutter. That includes the villain they just used for Deadpool 3. Captain America 4 also looks generic AF.
I still haven't seen Deadpool 3. I think it's weird having Robert Downey Jr. play Doctor Doom. I'm very skeptical of that choice. I think they just chose to have Robert Downey Jr. play Doctor Doom out of a purely cynical decision that, well, everybody likes Robert Downey Jr., so if we cast him in a lead role, people are more likely to watch the movie, and it's not like a logical choice on it making the movie better, but it being a safer financial bet that more people see the movie because Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doctor Doom. That's my assumption. Thanks for the donation, though. Nooch Junkie. Look at Turkey Tom's community post. Working on the Chris Tyson video, Leave Me Alone. Okay.
We had DNC people, we had lawmakers, we had the whole media.
Special forces near the Nusrat refugee camp on the day of the mission.
The vehicles are a part of the cover story. In the field, we can't always do it on foot, and a vehicle is really like a costume. It's not enough to find the right vehicle, you need to disguise it so it will work out in this specific territory.
Video released by Israeli police shows commandos wearing.
How much for you to learn this and do it in a video? Name they price and set they goal. Do a funny ferments.
I'm not gonna do that.
How's it going, everybody? Today I'm going to a tree. With I don't think they try to climb such a tree that they begin like this. They go like this. As close to your hands as possible.
I don't know if I'd be able to do that because my left knee doesn't bend very far.
Now, hello, everybody. Welcome to
Dude, if I climbed a thin-ass tree like this, it would snap. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's a little too dangerous. Thanks for the donation, though, Jaquavius. Look at Tom Dark? Well, then tell me to look at Tom Dark. Today's video got taken down for copyright claim. We'll be back up soon. The old attack helicopter clip is being copyright claimed. Worldwide block on the clip by claimant named Spotter3. My video from today got taken down, removing that clip. We'll be back on YouTube. Okay.
Wearing battle fatigues when they entered the apartment to reach the hostages. But Peled believes the work of the advanced undercover teams led to this moment.
After the word act on the radio, the undercover team was already exposed, and the uniform team went into action. The uniform unit took control over the operation and went inside the house to save the hostages.
The McHugh has always been trash. I don't know why so many people love those movies. Bland characters, bad CGI, toned down action, garbage in, garbage out.
They've been bad for quite a while now. Yeah, after Avengers Infinity War, they've all just been terrible. I haven't seen a single Marvel movie since Avengers Infinity War. They're just all really, really bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Jalen donated $2. Remember you said Earthling Ed dislikes you, maybe why you think, maybe collab one day. Don't think he likes me. I met him in person once, and he seemed really nervous and shy and kind of seemed to avoid talking with me. So, I don't know. I wouldn't suspect Earthling Ed would like me. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't suspect he would like me. But thanks for the donation, Jalen.
A battle erupted in the streets when an outbreak of gunfire alerted Hamas to the operation. The Israeli Air Force struck a planned list of targets in Nusret to lay cover for the hostage rescue teams. Palestinian health authorities said 274 Gazans were killed and nearly 700 injured. The Israeli military said about 100 Gazans were killed or wounded, including militants and civilians caught in the crossfire.
When we go in the field, the only thing that we know for sure is that everything around us can happen. Nothing is in my control. And I need to learn how to think and work inside of uncertainty, really big uncertainty.
This isn't the first time undercover teams have been involved in high-stakes missions. 4 months earlier, security footage captured this dramatic raid inside a West Bank hospital.
You can see the undercover team inside a hospital already after they got the word act and pull out their guns.
The armed Israeli agents, disguised as Palestinian medics, patients and civilians, can be seen rushing through the hospital's corridors.
This is unusual because usually we don't really go in buildings unless we have to. Part of the costume is actually the accessories, the wheelchair and a lot of other accessories, maybe to conceal part of the gear, to help them go in without anybody seeing something suspicious.
3 Palestinian militants were killed in this operation, which drew criticism of Israel for operating within a hospital. Israel said the militants had been hiding in the hospital and using it as a base for planning terrorist activities and carrying out attacks. Other instances where undercover agents have posed as Palestinians include protests.
Everything in a demonstration happens in a split second. So when everybody's focused of throwing stones and maybe become more violent during the demonstrations, they really lose focus.
Okay, C-Stid. If you don't debate me in Discord, I'm just gonna ban you because you're fucking annoying, dude. Debate. There we go. There's a link to the waiting room. I'll give you a few minutes, but debate me in Discord or I'm banning you because you just keep running your mouth and saying stupid shit. Jalen donated $2. Maybe your massive frame made him shy. Maybe, who knows. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen.
On what's happening around them. And then when the undercover fighters act, and it happens in seconds, the element of surprise is very critical.
Alright, who the hell are you?
Hello.
Are you the guy talking about the hate speech crap in the chat?
What?
Are you the guy talking about the hate speech crap in chat?
Talking about chat? I'm on the YouTube chat?
I'm asking if you're the guy C-Stid in chat.
What got deleted? Huh?
Okay, apparently that's not him. What do you want?
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, so what did you want to talk about?
Well, I just saw your Discord on the what's it called, on the live stream, so I just clicked on it.
Okay.
Is this on the live right now?
Yeah.
Crazy. Hold on.
Okay. What's up, dude?
What up, man? Do you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So who are you talking to right now?
I'm talking to you.
Only me?
Yep.
I heard a third guy also.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Yeah, the thing. Yeah, I'm just like exploring the DCA. The DCA. You read it also, and I
read it.
Asking questions. Yeah, I'm just asking questions actually. The thing is, I think it's hate speech to ask. on those the new DCA, it's hate speech to say there's only 2 genders.
Does it explicitly state that?
No, but I think they ban people that say that.
Yeah, it's not necessarily unreasonable.
So you think it's hate speech to say there's only 2 genders?
Well, that's Facebook's policy. If we're talking about legal hate speech, it may or may not be.
But let's have the outpost that this will be a part of hate speech now.
Well, are we talking about my personal beliefs on hate speech, or are we debating whether or not Facebook should have certain policies regarding hate speech?
Because we have to go out from your personal. Otherwise, I don't know.
Okay.
Otherwise, we talk about someone else's hate speech laws. Yeah, right.
So I don't necessarily think it's hate speech to say there's 2 different genders. There are trans people who believe there are 2 different genders, either male or female. Right now, there's not really much research on whether or not there's a third, like, non-binary gender. So with certainty, we could say there certainly are 2 genders. Since gender is not tied to sex, and since sex itself is non-binary, we could make the assumption that it is possible to have a non-binary gender identity where you're somewhere in between. And again, there are people who self-report having non-binary gender identity. So my personal opinion on the subject of there only being 2 genders, I think there's probably 3, male, female, and then non-binary. Is it hate speech to say there's only 2 genders? No, not necessarily. So, you can.
So you would be against the DCA policies that Facebook have if that would be pushed to law?
If it would be pushed to law? Depends on how it's implemented. So, I would say it's probably, at least right now, a safer bet not to have it, criminalized into law. That's saying there are only 2 genders. It kind of depends on in what context you're saying that in. So if you're saying that deliberately to attack and inspire hatred among a certain group of people, so say like a very explicit context would be if you're talking to a non-binary individual and you say there's only 2 genders, you're a mentally ill delusional fuckwit, and you're trying to destroy the fabric of society by creating confusion around gender and all this crap. Like, that could very easily,
turn into hate speech. Okay.
Yeah, but if you were to just say, I only think there's 2 genders, like throughout all history, we've only really ever, had male-female. There isn't currently any research suggesting there's a third gender, so I don't think there's 2 genders, and I'm going to maintain that opinion until there's more scientific evidence that comes out. I wouldn't say there's anything hateful about that.
Yeah. Okay. I also had a second question. What the fuck was it? I was spamming 2 things. Not spamming, but I was asking 2 things.
Something about are women better at giving birth? Something like that?
Yeah, that thing. Is that hate speech also?
Women are better at delivering babies. What is meant by that?
No, if I say women are better at giving birth to babies, would that be considered to be hate speech?
I would just.
I think it.
I don't think so.
No, okay, but the new DCA from Facebook that would be that. I think it.
Well,
people
look,
have
the problem is when people say this,
And
this
from
is often a dog whistle for promoting
Yeah, but-
anti-trans hatred.
Yeah,
So,
but the thing is, should it be legal to say it?
like the safer approach would not to explicitly ban that phrase, but when it's used, it's often used as a dog whistle to promote anti-trans hatred. So
Yeah, but that this is very gray zone things, I know, but it's still very fucked up to think that if you say that, you should get like a fine or be punished or some.
I don't
some
know,
way by
like
the state.
when we're discussing things like that, is like my main concern is if this is normally used as a dog whistle to promote anti-trans
Our dog
hatred, what is
Yeah,
wait
but is
wait.
dog whistle, should that be illegal to dog whistle?
Yeah, if you're trying to promote hatred against a particular group of people, then yeah, whether it's explicit or some kind of dog whistle. Like the thing is,
dog whistle is something it's like it's something that is true still. That it's still true. A dog whistle can still be true.
There's
so dog whistle can never
wait.
dog whistle should never be penalized or like against the law. That's
Okay,
my point of view.
so listen, when we have hate speech laws, it's to prevent targeting against marginalized communities or minority communities or protected groups. So when you say something,
I'm from Sweden, and then we invented that.
Yeah, so when you say something like women are better at delivering babies, if we mean delivering babies as in giving birth, like getting pregnant and giving birth,
Yes.
right? Only only people who are female can give birth. That is true, but the thing is, it's a dog whistle to promote anti-trans hatred. We all know what that means. So what is exactly being lost if you were to, say, ban that phrase on Facebook? Like, that isn't something that anybody...
Not on Facebook. We're talking about... You asked if we're talking about Facebook or if...
Well, sure. We could talk about whether or not this should be banned legally. Again...
That was your first question.
So, Nazis Nazis in particular have been doing this for a long time, where they have been pushed to the margins of society, and they can't outright say we should kill all Jews, we should ban any immigrants from the country, and you'll hear them kind of dog whistle about Jews, like, oh, did you know that the entire entertainment industry is run by gay Jews? They'll say things like that.
True?
It is true, and I don't think saying something like that should be banned because it's not necessarily hateful. But you'll see these communities pointing these things out, and what they'll do is they'll say things like this, and then they'll funnel people in to smaller, more closed-off communities, like on Discord, and they'll get you into these kind of white nationalist, I don't know, Facebook pages or Discord groups, and they'll say some slightly more extreme things, like, minorities, they're actually more likely to commit murders and stuff. Like, maybe we shouldn't allow any of these people in because, we have we've developed our nation on, Christian white identity. I think we should be proud of our culture. Nothing too extreme, but they're kind of, pushing things a little bit. And then you'll go down another rabbit hole where they'll, try to funnel you into an even kind of smaller, more extreme community. And then that community will talk about like how they actually want to eradicate other nations or other people. We should actually like flat out ban immigration. We should arrest anybody who isn't white or Christian and either execute them or send them back to their homeland. Like, so when we're talking about some of these wait. When we're talking about when we're talking about some of these dog whistles, like women are better at giving birth. Saying something like that isn't it isn't overtly hateful. It isn't a call to action, but we know exactly what these people are fucking doing when they're saying the shit. We know what they want to say is, trans people are disgusting filth. Like, trans people are, that's what they want to say. So
it's fucked up to go like, I know what they mean. They say one thing, but I know what they actually mean. That's a fucked up. That's a fucked up reason. You can't go with that. That's not a reason.
We've already made these sorts of decisions when it comes to Holocaust denial. Many nations, including
who has?
So Germany, the UK, some other countries in Europe and Canada have.
Sweden did it actually just a couple of months ago, actually.
Yeah, so a number of countries have banned Holocaust denial.
That doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it true.
Well, we know the Holocaust.
It doesn't make it right or true or anything.
Well, we know Holocaust. We know the Holocaust happened.
I know you agree. Law is not based on. Doesn't make things right.
Well, we know the Holocaust happened, and we know the types of people who deny the Holocaust.
Law is very bad.
I'm not appealing to law. We know the.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I don't think you're following what I'm saying. We already know that Holocaust denial is a dog whistle for Nazi propaganda to lure people into supporting Nazism and supporting conspiratorial beliefs against Jews. That's the fundamental reason why Holocaust denial is banned, because we know what it leads to. It leads to people getting funneled into Nazism and promoting Nazi propaganda. So the same way, when people say shit like women are better at giving birth, we know exactly what they fucking mean by that. So I like, there's two considerations here. One consideration is the speech actually hateful, and is it supporting hate against a group? Second consideration is the speech at all useful in everyday life, where banning it would be some sort of would create some sort of societal loss where important knowledge won't be allowed to be spread, important political beliefs won't allowed to flourish. I don't see any useful situation in which you could say women are better at giving birth, and you wouldn't be able to support some important political beliefs or certain facts of reality that would come up in normal everyday conversation.
I just Googled this. 85% of people around the world are religious.
Okay.
So 85% of the people in the whole world believes there's a man and a woman.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to yell if they go all 85% of the whole world goes around. There's only women are better at giving birth. You have to yell 85% of them.
Yeah, so you realize the majority of the planet doesn't abide by the UN's International Human Rights Code, right? Like the majority of the planet.
No, but I'm
China,
just saying
Russia.
That's a hypothetical. That's a hypothetical. Like you're gonna jail 85% of the human race because they
I
believe
never
in one
said
thing.
I never said claiming there's only two genders would constitute hate speech.
No, but let's say women are the better at giving birth thing. 85% of the world.
Well,
would be-
again, the problem is that's a dog whistle for anti-trans ideology.
And why is trans ideology over 85% of people?
All you're telling me is 85% of people are bigots, and I would believe that.
Well, that could be true, but
like, look, the majority of people in Nazi Germany supported the Nazi Party. I don't think that legitimizes the Nazi Party.
That's true. It's true. But the thing, it would be, it's still illogical to have those laws. You're gonna, I mean, are you gonna implement a law that all of a sudden imprison 85% of the people in Canada? Let's say
It wouldn't
same
imprison
number.
85. Well, it wouldn't imprison 85% of the population.
Or fine them. Oh, yeah. That's hate speech. That's hate speech.
Well, it
You
wouldn't
just said
fine
that
every single person.
well, 80%.
It wouldn't.
Why not?
Look,
If they said
do you think every single
If they
person
said
who
it,
commits
it
a
would
crime
do it, and 80% of them believes of it.
Yeah, so dude, Holocaust denial is a crime. I have a family member. Can you listen for a second? Holocaust
Yeah, I'm
denial in
sorry.
Canada is a crime. I have a family member who's a fucking moron who thinks the Holocaust never happened. He's never been jailed or fined. Most crimes, you'll see on average, somewhere between only 10 to 20% of crimes even get reported. And that includes murders.
He don't even think it happened. Not the most Nazis said it.
I don't know what I don't know what that has to do with anything, but you're saying 80% of
I'm just saying.
You're saying 80% of the world would get fined or imprisoned. Well, that's not
don't
true.
believe
That's
it
literally
even
impossible. Only 10 to 20% of all crimes even get reported, let alone actually resolved with either a sentence, imprisonment, or fine. So no, even if you put this into law, if everybody were to say women are better at giving birth, you'd probably only see 1 or 2%, if that, of people ever getting fined.
But if everyone spammed, like if it became a movement on like Facebook or like Twitter, so women, just that sentence, and everyone said that sentence on X. So there's proof, and there's like you just have to like. There's one thing to say like between two people, and there's no recording. But if everyone said it on X, you have proof and a public statement on it.
So if you look at hate speech laws in Canada, in order for something to be considered hate speech, it has to meet a few criteria. 1, it has to target a protected group. 2, the intent behind the speech has to be hateful. And 3, it has to be non-factual. So if somebody out of context just says women are better at giving birth, and they're saying that as a statement in support of free speech. Well, wait, if they say that
as a movement.
If they say that as a form of political protest against these hate speech laws, that wouldn't necessarily be considered hate speech.
Okay. That's.
And that could be used in your criminal defense.
Oh, okay. That's a good argument. For just that point. Well, I don't think I have anything more on it today.
Okay.
But I will be happily to rejoin that. Love you.
Okay, take care, dude.
Bye. Bye.
All the Avengers movies suck to the first one from 2012 blow, Age of Ultron blow, Infinity War blow, and finally Endgame blow. These films are just mindless action with no substance. Avengers itself is just shitty, just slidway rip-off, only not as good.
I liked the first Avengers movie. The second and third weren't that great, though. The first one was pretty fun, though. It's not like, you know, a masterpiece of cinema, but they're fun. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Paul Saladino donated $3. Let me see.
Here, guys, let me show you how I wash my dishes. So my favorite thing to wash dishes is baking soda. I use a natural brush. These are boar's hair, not plastic. This is all baking soda, and I will just rinse my dishes here, put the baking soda.
That is not going to be adequate, especially considering what he uses his like knives and plates and cookware for.
On and clean the dishes like that. What's amazing about baking soda?
Baking soda isn't soap. You need soap to get rid of that harmful bacteria.
Is that it cuts grease. It's very cheap. I can get it anywhere I go, and it is far better than mainstream dishwashing detergents.
It is not.
I hate these things. They are full of so many harmful chemicals for you, for the environment, for your gut. I love baking
Yeah, and when you get salmonella, you'll know why.
soda for so many things. You can use baking soda to decrease the pesticides on your fruit or your vegetables if you can't find organic. 15 minutes in a 1%
Organic uses pesticides, so he doesn't even know what organic means.
baking soda solution will do that. Baking soda is the best, guys, and it's super cheap, and it's way better than those mainstream dish.
Yeah, well, Paul's an idiot.
Tap water is a nightmare. If you go to the environmental working group, they have a really great database. You can see what's in the tap waters. From most cities, Austin, Los Angeles, wherever, it's pesticides, organic solvents used in industry, known carcinogens, birth control, hormones, other pharmaceutical drugs. And that's not counting potentially problematic things with fluoride in drinking water, which is quite a controversial thing, chlorine used in the water to sterilize it, and chlorine derivatives. But test the water that you're drinking.
Yeah, so all these things make the water safe to drink. So Paul is saying all of these things that prevent people from getting infections, dysentery, well, that's bad. You want to drink dirty water.
Be intentional with your water.
Uh-huh. If you're in a developed country, developed Western country, you probably do not need to worry about tap water. If you're in India or China or some armpit of the fucking world, then you can be concerned about tap water because the amount of pollution, lack of regulation and shit when it comes to tap water, yeah, that's a problem.
Drink cows 2%? What do you do? Wow, you guys are men. That's manly. No, that's attractive. Guys. It's just an entirely new green flag that we have never tapped into. Yeah. When a guy still drinks whole milk.
If I'm on a
strong.
coffee date with a guy and he goes, "Can I get an iced chai latte with oat milk?"
I love this. The Stallones.
This is the gayest shit I've ever seen. They're attracted to men who are dairy fairies and like to breastfeed.
Sisters are on to something here. There is an epidemic right now of both men and women drinking plant milk, but there are so many nutrients found in milk from cows or buffalo or goats or camels that are not found in plant-based milks. Things like calcium, choline, vitamin.
Calcium is in plant-based milk. So is choline in lower quantities, but it is in plant milks.
K2.
You do not need vitamin K2, and K2 is not in any substantive quantity in milk.
Vitamin A, raw milk.
I don't think plant-based milks are high in vitamin A unless they've been fortified.
Milk especially contains beneficial compounds for humans that are possibly denatured with the heating. I fully believe that whole milk is a health food.
Right, that's why it's associated with prostate cancer.
My preference is a raw, cow or goat or buffalo milk. So guys, do not do this on a coffee date. Do not order a latte with oat milk. Just get a latte with...
What a bitch.
You drink cow's...
Let's see. Vivek Ramaswamy, here's a message the media doesn't want you to hear from the GOP. To gay Americans, you're free to marry who you want, if you want, without the government standing in your way, but that doesn't mean men should compete with women in sports. The GOP wants to ban gay marriage, so that makes no sense. To black Americans, the media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities. We want for you what we want for every American: safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally regardless of your skin color or your political beliefs. Right. That's why Donald Trump said he wants to give full immunity to police officers so that if they're racist and target black people, well, now they have federal immunity and you can't sue them. To every legal immigrant, right, he doesn't even know what that means because asylum seekers have legal status. You're like my parents, you deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America, but our message, illegal immigrants, is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. Again, this guy does not understand what an asylum seeker is. To Gen Z, you're going to be the generation that actually saves our country. You want to stand up to the man, try calling yourself a conservative. Right. Support big business and corporations and taking away your civil rights and liberties. Say you want to get married, have kids, and teach them to pledge allegiance to our country. My message to everyone who disagrees with us is this: we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that's who we are as Americans, right? This guy is just a fucking liar. None of that made any sense. In the future, they will discuss this pivotal moment in history and ask, why didn't the Christians stick up for their beliefs? Why did they allow the demons to win, to mock them, to subvert their children? I don't know if Tate is aware of this, but there's this thing called free speech. I think he used to talk about that before, but just because somebody offends you, that doesn't mean they don't have the right to say it. I'm not afraid of jail. Well, yeah, that's why you are a sex trafficker. I will not be remembered as a coward. Well, you'll be remembered as a rapist and a sex trafficker. I am on bail. I will be serving 3 months minimum if arrested. No, you'll be serving 10 years minimum. I'm a Muslim. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. And I will not let Jesus be mocked. Tate's a fucking tard, dude. Kamala Harris appears not to know or care that equity is a concept loved by most murderous and anti-human of communists. The Democrats insist on equating child mutilation and sterilization with compassion and empathy. Joe Biden insisted upon hiring a black woman for VP without even being able to define the word woman. Oh my God, dude. Promoted her illegitimate candidacy for president. What? Promoted her illegitimate candidacy for president on a TV show featuring narcissistic, fetishistic, autogenophiles in woman face. Shall we continue the charade? What does he mean by illegitimate candidacy? Anybody can run for president, and any party can choose their candidate. They don't need to be democratically elected. They just have to win a democratic election to become president, but they don't have to be democratically elected. Jordan Peterson doesn't even understand how the fucking democratic system works. What a fucktard, dude. Peterson is just deranged. And I can't view this one. Thanks for the donation, though, Paul Saladino.
In this footage, Protesters can be seen focusing on stone throwing, while behind them, a team of Israeli undercover operatives, seen here, are about to move in on their targets.
They're exposed, they catch him, and it's over. It's over in seconds.
Undercover missions rely on weeks of intelligence gathering by a network of Palestinian informants and undercover Israeli agents. They can also require thousands of soldiers on standby.
The risks inside a big operation like
Her candidacy is illegitimate because she's a woman and she's black. Yeah, really.
With saying there is an equilibrium.
we saw with the hostage is from the minute you get in the field, your life is in danger. We saw that one of the commanders of the rescue team was killed. That can happen when you work in a very crowded territory.
Israel said 116 hostages remained in Gaza following the Nusrat operation. But the successful rescue of 4 hostages from deep within Gaza is reflective of the experience Israel's military has developed over decades running undercover teams.
In order to execute an operation like that, you have to come up with information and tactic methods from all kinds, because it's a very complicated thing to do in a very complicated time. It's not a usual undercover classic work, and to see that kind of cooperation was really, for me, the brilliant thing in this operation.
Welcome back to Impact Theory. As we dive into part 2, Sam Harris and I confront the urgent matters of systemic racism, Trump,
as a nation, right? I mean, climate change is not something that any one nation can address, and a global pandemic is not something that any one nation can address, right? So we need coordinated efforts, even at a global scale, and we should recognize this even from a position. I mean, you don't have to be a saint or even to be especially motivated by compassion to want these goods to be shared broadly. You just have to be wisely selfish. I mean, you just have to recognize, I mean, no matter how selfish you are as a
Yeah, I know you're talking about what Jordan Peterson thinks.
Silicon Valley, no matter how much you are taken in by the illusion that you are completely self-made and that nobody gave you, nobody gave you any help at all, even though you can't account for any of the abilities and context that allowed you to do the work you did, right? But be as resolutely selfish as you want. Then ask yourself the question: just how many homeless people do you want to have to step over on the sidewalk, leaving your compound, right? Do you want to feel unsafe at a restaurant because there's so many people panhandling, at the tables, in the cafe? I mean, do you want to be able to sit outside in a restaurant, or is that going to be unthinkable now because there's so much chaos on the street? Just what sort of society do you want to be in? Do you want to be surrounded by desperate, envious people, or do you want to be surrounded by creative, self-actualized, happy people who can be your customers and who are going to celebrate your success when you do something visibly successful? Or are you going to, or do you want to be surrounded by people who are thinking maybe it's time to get the pitchforks and murder you, right? It's like even just a psychopathic commitment to self should bear at least some modicum of altruism. For self-preservation alone, you should want life to be minimally good for everyone around you, and so we don't need widespread sainthood to get to agree on policies that would make life better for more and more people and solve a problem like homelessness.
If the GOP ever does manage to ban gay marriage, I hope there are riots in the street.
I don't think they will be, because Joe Biden made it so that gay marriage has to be respected even in states that don't allow for gay marriage. So if you were married, say in New York, and you have a gay marriage and you move to, like, I don't know, Tennessee, they would still have to, you are still legally married even if you move to, like, Tennessee. So I don't think they could. They might be able to, But yeah, if that does happen, absolutely, they should protest. See if Frank uploaded anything yet. Nope, still no uploads.
What do you need then?
I mean, we need to cancel dumb ideas, right? I mean, they're obvious. They're
Hypothetically speaking, if to become a cop when they're granted full immunity, I can use that to my advantage and just barge into a slaughterhouse and all the animals. Lol. Or do you think it doesn't work like that? Just saying.
If to become a cup... Oh, you mean a cop. You said cup. Yeah, I don't know if they would have full immunity over something like that. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage. That would be an idea.
So, for instance, our default is in America that in public space we've got freedom of assembly, right? You should be able to. You are free to be on the sidewalk, right? It's a public space. It's not. You're not trespassing. It's not a private space. And our default sense is that someone should be free to live out the chaos of their mental illness or their drug addiction or their violence in front of us, and even die in front of us on the sidewalk, and that compassion, the better part of compassion is allowing that to happen, allowing the autonomy of just living your dysregulation out in front of others. And it somehow is unseemly or bigoted or otherwise selfish to point to the obvious social cost of having to live with this dysfunction in our midst, right? So like to have to cross the street with your children so as to avoid the obviously insane or obviously drug addicted person on this side of the street, that's a social cost, right? That is there are businesses that aren't opening or that will soon be closing because of all this chaos here. There are parts of town that you're not going to want, you as a parent are not going to want to go to or have your kids go to. Those restaurants will close, right? Like this is all of this spirals, and we all have an interest in figuring out how to help that person and figuring out how that help is best delivered in a way that doesn't make this particular part of the city, and in some cases some of the nicest parts, the most valuable parts of a city, uninhabitable. And so we need policies that. So in this specific case, we need a policy that allows you to take someone off the sidewalk, and a recognition that the really compassionate thing to do is to intrude into their lives and get them the help they need at a place where it can.
Let me correct that. If to become a cop when they're granted full immunity, I can use that to my advantage and just barge into a slaughterhouse and free all the animals. I was using talk to text and just wasn't transferred properly.
Yeah, I don't know how much you could get away with exactly if you're granted full immunity. Like, I mean, if police are granted full immunity, I would imagine you can't just, like, shoot up a mall and then say, well, you granted me immunity and I just murdered, like, 20 people. I don't know what that would exactly protect you from. I think it would only apply to whether or not you're conducting any sort of duty that a police officer would be expected to do. So I don't think you'd be able to just barge onto a farm property and release all the animals. Thanks for the donation, the Will Mage.
Can be delivered, not on the sidewalk in front of a.
Your debt is just unimaginably high, and the only way to discharge that is through bloodletting. And so people war and fight, and they just say, okay, Jesus, we're just going to let go of the old debt and start anew. And
okay, I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh, 7. I gotta feed the animals too. Just give me a couple minutes. Ugh. Hey. What's going on? Oh my goodness. You're shit. No. Just relax. Relax. Oh, no, go lie down. You just ate. No. I don't want you vomiting. Get out. Ouch. Alright, I'm back. Forgotten it. My namification to any tellers. Do you see large-scale wars happening over animal rights? Probably not. If a country like the US federally recognizes animal rights, do you think they might attempt to prevent other countries from using animal agriculture? Probably not. Don't really see that happening. But thanks for the donation, dude.
You can see here Muskina saying, also just going to throw this out there, please let me know if you guys are ever hiring for any type of work. I used to work as a floor manager at the #1 comedy club in Boston. Wow, high esteem there. All right, I'm going to try not to make jokes, okay? So I'm comfortable around famous people and celebrity. Stop. I've worked mostly miserable jobs, sometimes working 70 hours plus a week and still struggling to get by and transition. I've even worked as a chimney sweep, risking my life for $15 an hour. So I mean it when I say it. I will literally do anything you guys ask of me. I'm not sure where you guys are based out of nowadays, but I would drive there tonight for a job if asked. My number is blank, and their phone number is there, I assume. If you want to reach me, and I have a resume available if you'd like me to send one over. And here Chris says, I will definitely keep you in mind. We do videos where we need people to compete, so if you don't mind sitting in a circle or something, I'm sure we could figure something out. LMAO! Exclamation point. Muskina then accuses Chris of love bombing, which for those who don't know, if you do a little reading about it online, is apparently a manipulation tactic that involves showering someone with attention and affection to influence them into.
Who is this? The fuck?
To a position where you can then abuse them, right? She was the first famous person to ever show me that type of attention, and she immediately started love bombing me and making me feel like the most important person in her life. Within the first few weeks of us talking, she told me that she told her therapist about the positive impact I was making on her life, and that she had told her friends about me. She very quickly moved her conversation to Snapchat, and we all know what happens on Snapchat. Now, they then show more messages of them talking, including Muskina reassuring them that their hairline would come back once they got on hormone replacement therapy. Wow. But this is where the problems apparently began to arise. Muskina writes, while I was under the impression that she was working on getting me in a video, we started having video chats on Discord. Ava asked me to masturbate with her on video call multiple times, and I always felt like I had to say yes if I wanted to be in a video or given a job. I mean, on one hand, this could be true. You know, there's a complicated relationship between an employer and an employee if they have a relationship, sexual or otherwise. The subservient party can feel like they're obligated to go along with whatever that person tells them, or else they'll lose their job. But this person didn't even have a job yet. They had a prospective job opportunity. So what I'm looking for here is proof that Chris threatened them or pressured them, even in a subtle way. And I haven't found it yet. All I can tell from their story so far is that apparently Chris wanted to do some foul gooning sessions with them over Discord. Not shocked there at all, and they agreed to it. But maybe the proof exists later on, so let's keep reading. We're only at the beginning of a long statement, okay? On one occasion, she asked me to join a video call and asked me to masturbate even though she knew I wasn't feeling well, which led me to joining her and then puking after a few minutes. Well, Jesus, I did not need that mental image. But just because someone asks you to do something doesn't mean you have to say yes. Like, you can't actually say no to something. If someone asks you to have sex, you can say you're feeling under the weather, and then if you do it anyway, that's not sexual assault. That's you having sex despite being sick and then regretting it later. But hey, once again, this is just the beginning, so maybe there is proof that
Christy, Exo, donate tellers. Do you like the song? The timestamp is on purpose.
So much Henny, I'm about to die. Fuck nigga that ever died. Fuck Gigi Allen, I'm glad he died. Fuck my mom and fuck my dad. I hate you, dad. Wake up in the morning, I'm doing cocaine. So much cocaine is my middle name. Christ Dillinger cocaine. I walk in the booth and I go insane. I just took 3 perks, I feel insane. I'm like the Rock when I step in the rain. I waterboard a nigga reaching for my chain. I'm like Vincent Man coming back from the dead. In the trap all day serving Hey Arnold head. Walk into school, kill the school president. I will kill the current president. I will kill every U.S. representative. Fall asleep off a strong sedative. I'm so high I can't fit in my fucking sentence. They're gonna have to give me 27 life sentences. Jump on a tree, land right on your head. Drop an acne anvil on your head. I step in the trap and start going spin. I grab the ball by his fucking neck. I treat that ball like Ron Artest.
My body has been taken over by an evil spirit.
No, that's not a good song. Thanks for the donation, Christy. Jordan Peterson donated $2. The U.S. is totalitarian. I thought I would go live in the U.S., but I'm glad I'm in Canada.
I think some childhood injuries that, although the final...
I don't care. I've already seen the original clip, and I certainly don't want to watch it while Sean Baker's eating a steak.
Do you see the ONS data that came out a couple of weeks ago that said for the first time ever since records began, 50.1% of women are childless by 30? So there are more women without children at 30 than there are women with children. The first time ever.
Well, so this is somebody clipped a part of one of my podcasts, I believe it was, where I was talking about what our society does to 19-year-old women or 8.
Here we fucking go. If you actually look at the data within the U.S., women who choose not to have children are, on average, happier than women who have children. The reason for that is most women who have children didn't choose to have children. They had sex outside of marriage, they got knocked up at a party, they ended up getting pregnant by mistake, or they just had poor family planning where they may have, wanted to have children later in the future, but they ended up having kids like right after high school, and then, they couldn't get their degree first, and it just created a lot more complications for them. Whereas women who choose not to have children made a conscious decision not to have children, and because they're deciding things rather than having things forced upon them, they end up being happier. So, yeah, what a surprise when people make conscious decisions for their own benefit, they tend to be better off.
18-year-old women, 19-year-old women, we just lie to them all the time. The first lie is there's nothing more important than your career, more or less by definition.
Women are not told that there's nothing more important than their career.
That's the first lie. The second lie is there will be nothing more important to you in your life than your career. So that's the second lie.
No one is told that.
And then the third lie is there should be nothing more important in your life than your career.
No one is told that.
So that's the third lie. And then implicit.
Can Jordan provide any data for this idea that the majority of women are told that the only thing that matters is your career? Provide any fucking data for this at all. This is just horseshit.
Implicit in that is the idea that children are a burden, and that the idea that women should have children is part of the oppressive patriarchy and should be resisted, and who are men to tell me what I can do with my body, and hey, fair enough, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, I've worked in female-dominated occupations my entire life. For example,
Jordan Peterson is such a loser.
Yeah, he is. Imagine being his age and with the money he has right now and whining and crying about trans people. This dude is miserable and has no fucking life, and all he can fucking do with his time is hate on people that he doesn't even know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Worked as a daycare worker way back when that was probably 80, something like that. And there were no men doing that, but I really liked kids, and so that was fun. And I worked for social services in Alberta in the childcare department, and then I've been working as a psychologist, either training or as a psychologist since then, and that's been a female-dominated enterprise increasingly as the years went by. But even when I first entered it, so I'm in the post-female in the workplace generation firmly. I never experienced the world except as that. And so I've watched women progress through their professional careers at every level of attainment, from the lowest to the highest, and observed what happened, and relatively, I would say, bias-free, because I didn't know. And what I've seen is that as women progress towards their late 20s, there's a psychological transformation, and what happens is that they place less emphasis on their career and way more emphasis particularly on having a child. And that really reaches a crisis point around 29 or 30 for the vast majority of women, and their attitude flips. And I've seen it flip very dramatically with many women. And I suppose
So his only evidence for his claim is, trust me, bro. All right. Well, yeah, we know that we can trust Jordan Peterson. Booty Cum donated $2 classic.
Good fucking morning.
All right, Dan, he's slowing down. It looks like he's going to Pull into the driveway.
Decoys from Perverted Justice normally set up profiles of young teens in chat rooms like Yahoo and AOL. Then they wait to be contacted by adults. But here in Petaluma, California, a decoy posted a personal ad on Craigslist in the Men Seeking Men section that said, "Boy looking for friends." This man answered his ad. Screen name Too Fast for Y'all 2003. Steve starts emailing the decoy and says, "Maybe I could give you your first," and uses a graphic term for oral sex. He also sends Kevin a link to gay pornographic websites. Then he makes a date for sex with the decoy and comes on over.
Hey, so you still ready to be my first?
Oh yeah, motherfucking Pete. Look at these fucking size of these pizzas.
All right.
Why don't you have a seat over there for me?
What's up? I don't know.
Yeah? What you here for?
You know, I just realized that I'm just a fucking idiot because it doesn't do me any good.
And why did you come over if you had a feeling that it's something?
I don't know. Now that I think about it, that was fucking stupid.
You talk about oral sex.
That's why I did it, because you fucking did it, so that I felt like I had to do it.
You ask him a list of very personal questions about what he's done and where he is in his physical development.
It's all your fault.
It's sick, it's pissed.
You don't fucking nigger, Robert?
Uh-huh.
Why are you sticking up for yourself about this fucking nigger?
I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Why are you sticking up for yourself?
Oh, just some scary movie.
White trash fucking nigger lover.
Uh-huh.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I don't know.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? You let fucking niggers fucking kiss you on the cheek.
Yeah, Freddy Krueger.
What the fuck are you fucking saying right now? You fucking kidding me?
Yes?
I'm disgusted as fuck. I've already went over this with you before.
What do you want?
I am fucking done.
Dial someone else, okay?
Shut the fuck.
The Spaniard forgot to put water in the oatmeal.
What? What the hell is that? Look at this! My God, what is that? What is that? Oh my God! What's happening?
What the fuck did it? What did he just do?
Word. Yo, 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 what's the dealio?
You want a little coffee or what? Huh?
Oh, God.
Huh?
I think I'll be good.
Some more? Huh? Try not to get it on the rest of my table here.
I won't
Huh?
do that.
Can you do that? Huh? You gonna get sick?
That's a possibility.
Huh? Oh my God, he's gonna puke! He's gonna puke! He's gonna puke! He's gonna puke!
What do you think about that, Olivia?
Go lie down.
Are you a motherfucking piece of shit, white trash, fucking nigger lover? I've already went over this with you before. Fucking nigger.
Anything. Nothing like the real thing, baby. Nothing like the real thing, baby. Baby. Talk to you guys next time.
Yeah, it's me. I'm by myself because I don't know where Jason is.
Macho Man, bitch!
Can you guys help me find Jason? He's not here.
Man, Randy Savage!
We're supposed to train today. I'm a little bit disappointed.
I just run in the middle of the road like a bimbo.
So yeah, he's not here though.
Randy Savage!
Where's Jason?
Randy Savage! Should Rich Piana be forgiven? I don't know. Calling him a, something very racist and very, very mean on social media about his color. It's messed up. Or race or anything like that. Or anything about anything like that. I wouldn't ever do that on social media. I'm not that stupid to do something like that.
Oh, Jason.
So what's up with that
that nigger comment that you put?
I was pissed off. Some guy was making fun of me, and I got really mad. And I just lost my cool. I lost my.
So can you apologize to me concerning that I'm
You know, I think like every white dude has said like the N-word in a fit of rage in private. I think just about everyone's done it.
nigger? Wouldn't ever do that on social media. I'm not that stupid. He's a horrible Asian bitch. Wouldn't ever do that on social media.
So what's up with that nigger comment that you put?
Wouldn't ever do that on social media. I'm not that stupid to do.
Fam walk around with hawks on them. Big motherfuckers, infrared dots on them. It ain't a motherfucker.
YouTube.com. Don't forget to subscribe. Peace out.
I see you, baby.
Lots of love.
Well, that was good. Just Random Vids donate $2. I should make some N-word pass cards.
Do you eat shit like this? I mean, now and again I'll have the odd bagel, yeah. Very rarely. You know it's fucking shit, don't you? I mean, it's all right. I mean, it's bread, isn't it? Eddie, read the ingredients. Okay.
Dude, really? Eddie Hall did a fucking collab with this piece of shit?
Okay, yeah, we got wheat, calcium carbonate, niacin.
How many ingredients in it?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can't count.
Okay, well, somebody is retarded.
Count. Over 15.
Bread's supposed to have 4 ingredients in it.
Well, it's got those 4 ingredients in. Somewhere.
What a dumbass.
KFC's bathroom for free. Within seconds, I got caught. What's that? Is it illegal to clean here? I need to move fast. KFC buckets are a quick cleaning hack. But can I clean this mess before they kick me out? I don't want to get in trouble. I just have a passion for public bathrooms. Does anyone even know what KFC means? This is the dirtiest bathroom I've ever seen with my eyes. But I like it dirty. I have no idea if I have days or minutes to get this job done. The lights turned off. Black lights are perfect for this. Whoa, what is that? Icky splatter.
Did you say the cops are coming? Yeah. The cops just got called on me.
For cleaning KFC.
That's really weird. Really weird.
Most single, most convincing evidence of that. I worked with high-end lawyers in Toronto for about 10 years. I was part of an organization. We went to law firms, high-end law firms, and said, send us your most productive people, and we'll help them iron out whatever wrinkles there might still be in their life. And the advantage to them is that things will go better for them, and the advantage to you is they'll be even more productive. And there's a good management dictum, which is pay the most attention to your most productive people because they're bringing in the bulk of your revenue disproportionately. And so I worked with men and women who were at the peak of their careers in a very difficult enterprise. And so these were women who were generally very attractive, well put together physically, pretty stable psychologically, extremely conscientious, very, very smart, and high achieving from like junior high all the way through high school, university, law school, onto the top firms, rocketing up through the ranks, full partnership by the time they were 29 or 30. And all the law firms, all the women bailed out, all of them. The law firms couldn't keep them. And I was really, and I talked to the women a lot about this because I was very interested in it, because I knew the law firms were bending themselves over backwards and tying themselves into knots trying to retain these women, because why wouldn't they? You know, just being greedy capitalists is enough. You know, they don't want to lose their high-performing women because they're performing at the highest level, and they couldn't keep them. The women wanted to have 9-to-5 jobs. They wanted to bind the job so they could have a life, and that was especially true once they got interested in having a child or had one. And what they really came to was a very interesting realization. So because they were highly conscientious women, they sort of did their duty and worked hard and diligently and didn't pop their head up to ask questions. They were in junior high, they got the best grades. They were in high school, they got the best grades, and so on, all the way through, right till they reached partnership. But that's sort of an apogee, right? You hit partnership in a senior law firm, it's like you're at the top of your profession. Well, then what? Well, so then they looked around and they thought, here I am with all these like hyper-competitive men, perfectly willing to work 80 hours a week, nonstop, to stay at the top. What the hell are they doing? Because that's the real question. What is it that characterizes this small percentage of hyper-competitive men? It's not. You can assume that that's how everyone should be, but first of all, that isn't how everyone is. Or you can flip that and say, well, there's only a small minority of human beings that are willing to do this, to work flat out 8 hours a week. I mean, they're certainly being paid for it. Let's make no mistake about that. But well, what about the rest of life? Well, that's what the women asked. Why am I doing this? And that's a great question. Well, for men, there's a different answer than for women. It's a really different answer. And it isn't like the men are exactly thinking this through. It's more like this is an integral part of male motivation. The more successful you are as a man, the more women like you.
But the problem that you have now is that
No.
as women are getting...
Dude, this is so, like, the way he says this is so fucking misleading. If you talk to any woman who's with a guy who works 80-hour work weeks, they will fucking complain like crazy about how much they're fucking working. Women hate that. So, no. Women don't like it when dudes have no life and spend all their like attention on their career or something else. Like Jasmine hates how much I work out. You know, I might have training sessions that are like 3 hours, and she doesn't like that. She doesn't like how much I stream too. She would like it if I had a bit more of a more balanced life, where I don't work out so much, maybe like work out 30 minutes to an hour, you know, 3-4 times a week, and maybe streamed like 5-6 hours, you know, and took like maybe 2-3 days off per week. Women don't like that. Like, yeah, they like the money and stuff that it comes with, that, but they're usually with the guy for who they are, not how much money they make.
Better educated, with more employment, more status, more prestige, they compete themselves out of their ability to find an attractive mate. As women raise up through the dominance hierarchy, and this is...
Competence hierarchy.
Competence hierarchy, sorry.
That's okay.
Who's going to tell women the equal access to opportunity that you have recently just acquired? Actually, what that's doing is it's making it more difficult for you to find a mate that you're fundamentally attracted to.
Yeah, well, it does a lot of things. I mean, it does provide women with a lot more opportunity on the economic front. It does decrease their dependency on their...
I'm not sure if I'm in full agreement with some of this. Like, I've seen Peterson and a lot of these red pill dudes, like, talk about how if a woman makes a lot of money, she has to find a guy who makes more money. I'm not so sure if women who earn more money are intentionally looking for men that make more money, or if men who make more money aren't interested in women who have that sort of lifestyle. Because men are generally don't really care much about how much money a woman makes. And they're usually interested in women that are a bit younger than them and have more time available for them. So when you're in like a profession like you're a lawyer and you might be looking to, I don't know, get some guy who's in a similar profession or makes a similar amount of money to you, those men probably aren't really going to be as interested in you because they see you working constantly. And then they know you're kind of more career focused and not so much relationship focused. So I don't know if this is like a choice that women are making where they're like choosing only to date guys that make more money than them, or if guys who make more money than them are choosing not to date them.
Their mate in relationship to economic security, and educating women, countries that are willing to educate women, that's the best predictor of their future economic success. So if you look at developing countries and you want to find out what about a developing country is most likely to predict the fact that they will continue to thrive economically, it's their attitude towards the education of women. And a couple more things. Women's educational status predicts their children's educational status, but men's educational status doesn't. So that's also an important multi-generational effect. I released a video. I was going to conclude that other story. I released a video, or someone released a clip of me talking about some of the things we just talked about. And it went out on YouTube Shorts, and it's got like 5 million views in a month or something like that. And the comment section is unbelievably vitriolic. Every single comment is vitriolic, and it's all from women. It's like, who is this old white bastard telling us what we should do with our bodies? And I wasn't being judgmental. I was just saying exactly what I said to you, which...
Yes, not judgmental. We need enforced monogamy. That guy. The guy who talked about how, well, women wear makeup, so maybe they shouldn't be allowed to work. Right. I wonder why women are upset at you, dipshit.
Which is, well, I've watched women over the entire course of my life with, I would say, an affectionate eye. I love my sister, I love my wife, I have a daughter, I love my mother. I'm pretty happy about women, all things considered. I don't have an axe to grind in relationship to how they should conduct their lives. I don't even know how they should conduct their lives. I've watched what happens. And I've also watched what happens to women who hit 29 or 30 and then can't conceive. And that is not fate.
Wait, what did he just say?
Also watched what happens to women who hit 29 or 30 and then can't conceive.
Women don't have fertility problems when they reach 30. You're most fertile when you're 30. What the fuck? Like, is he promoting this retardation that you're most fertile when you're a teenager? Yeah, dumbass. When women reach 29 or 30, that's when it's easiest for them to have a child. This guy is a fucking moron. Bimo, why are you squeaking?
Man, I'm a victim of assholes like this, boomer bosses who still do this corporate life work your rounds off day and night life. The pay's good, I'll have to say. My plan is to save a lot so I can have a very early retirement and focus on my family.
Well, hope that works out for you. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
And that is not fate I would wish on anyone. It's awful. And 30% of couples fall into that. 30% of couples have difficulty conceiving. It's a lot. And
yeah, that's probably because of issues like obesity.
The probability that you'll have difficulty conceiving increases with age. And so, c'est la vie. But it's very interesting to me to see how vitriolic those comments have been and how uniform that is, because usually on my YouTube channel in particular, 95% of the comments are positive. And this is completely the opposite of that. So you brought this up at the beginning. You said 50% of women now at 30?
50.1 are childless by 30.
Yeah. Well, that's not good. That's a sign of something profoundly wrong with the entire...
Or it's a sign that people are making their own fucking choices. I don't know. Again, this guy's a fucking totalitarian fascist. Oh, people aren't living the way that I would want them to live. Well, that's not good. They should be forced to have children. We should have a society that, pressures people into doing things they wouldn't otherwise want to do because that's what responsibility is. Like,
our culture at an extremely deep level.
I don't think that women need to take it as us trying to tell women what they should or shouldn't do, but I think that it would be very fair to say that you need to be an incredibly unique woman to make it to 50 without a family and look back and think, yeah, I did this right. That's not to say that those women aren't out there. They absolutely are. I know some of them. What's happening, people?
Well, that was nice and retarded.
I think some childhood injuries that, although the final thing that price.
Carnivore diet will fix that.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
Protests and rioting in Portland, Oregon. Other major U.S. cities have also experienced demonstrations and violence. So what's the end game? Are these just some frustrated American young people demanding equality and justice, or is something bigger at play here? Well, our next guest contends the United States is in the throes of what he says is a move towards soft totalitarianism. Author Rod Dreher is senior editor of The American Conservative, and his latest book is Live Not by Lies, a manual for Christian dissidents. Rod, it's nice to have you with us. So let's begin with this idea of soft totalitarianism. First, what is it? Then explain why you think the United States is already moving in that direction.
Well, there's a difference between soft totalitarianism and hard totalitarianism. The hard version is what we all think of as totalitarianism. It's George Orwell's 1984. It's the Soviet Union. It's the infliction of pain and terror on people to get them to conform. I don't think that's what we're facing. I don't think that's what's happening here. Rather, ours is going to be a more soft version where they use the infliction of economic pain and marginalization and shaming to force Christians out of the public square and to compel us to conform with left-wing ideology.
Is this guy, like, out of his fucking mind? Can you, like name one law or regulation that's been passed that takes away right to, like, religious practice? The only totalitarianism you're fucking seeing is from the right wing.
And the fact that it's soft does not mean it is any less totalitarian.
I know you quote Hannah Arendt, who after World War II published the book, The Origins of Totalitarianism. Now, at that time, she said loneliness is an everyday experience, not just for the elderly. So how has social media made us, particularly young people, lonely? And how is that fueling this rise of soft totalitarianism?
Yeah, Hannah Arendt, in trying to understand how Germany gave itself over to Nazi totalitarianism and Russia to Bolshevik totalitarianism, said that the sense of being lonely and socially alienated was the major precursor to totalitarianism. What social media has done is it has served as a sort of substitute for person-to-person contact. And it has made young people have extraordinary levels of depression, of alienation, and it has made them desperate for something to solve their problem of alienation and their anxiety. I think that this is opening them up to the acceptance of a false idol that will be totalitarian, that will tell them, we can take care of all your problems, we can fix it if you will only say yes to us. That's what happened in Russia, and that's what happened in Germany, and that's what's coming here.
This guy is out of his fucking mind.
Boy, that is silent protests in some American cities.
Chinese have today, the social credit system, where they monitor everything Chinese citizens do. They get all the data from their computers, from the internet, doing to us, and especially to.
I guess this guy's just a whack job.
All right, welcome back to a special edition of Velshi Inside Project 2025. I want to go to Chapter 17. It's entitled The Department of Justice, written by a chap called Gene Hamilton. It says, quote, not reforming the Department of Justice will also guarantee the failure of that conservative administration's agenda in countless other ways. Now, a common misconception held by Donald Trump while he was president was that the Department of Justice worked for him, not for the American people. This chapter seeks to make that misconception true. Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation and architect of Project 2025, is on board with Trump's perspective. He told the New York Times in January, quote,
We just disagree wholly that the Department of Justice is independent of the president or the executive branch. Now, this Project 2025 thing, it's not an easy read. It's 922 pages long. The words and the sentences on these pages are, in fact, deliberately confusing. But make no mistake, Project 2025 calls for a Department of Justice working in lockstep with a potential Trump administration, which means if Trump is
Man, I'm a victim of assholes like this, boomer bosses.
I don't know why that played again.
elected, the branch tasked with independently and impartially upholding the rule of law will be in the hands of a convicted felon who has promised revenge and retribution against his personal enemies. What could possibly go wrong? Let's start with the FBI, which is a branch within the Department of Justice. While President Trump was supremely frustrated by his inability to control the FBI, because he wanted desperately for the FBI to drop its investigation into Russian interference into the 2016 election. So it follows that Project 2025 would encourage the next conservative administration to place the FBI under more, quote, politically accountable, end quote, leadership, which are code words for more loyal to the president. It also wants the FBI to stop investigating online misinformation, which is a new initiative that feels more important today than ever. But if Project 2025 has its way, the DOJ wouldn't look into that, just like it wouldn't investigate police misconduct. Another hidden detail in the chapter is the call to, quote, promptly and properly eliminate all existing consent decrees, end quote. Consent decrees, you've heard the term before, they're handed down by the Department of Justice to local jurisdictions following an investigation into police wrongdoing. Think of it as a court-ordered improvement plan. These decrees usually compel jails to improve their conditions or police departments to consider their tactics and report back to the Justice Department. Project 2025 argues that the DOJ should disclaim its ability to even hand down consent decrees. Another target of this chapter, local and state attorneys who use their own discretion to pursue or not pursue prosecution. Project 2025 calls for the Department of Justice to, quote, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions, end quote.
This sandwich isn't going to make itself, bitch. Dumb hoe.
That's a good point. Thanks for the donation, Tate.
Quote. Now, these words all sound good, but that would be a radical departure from the norm and goes against the very purpose of local district attorneys, as our friends at the Marshall Project write, quote, choosing which cases to pursue and which to drop is a core responsibility of prosecution. And one of the arguments for the local election of district attorneys is that communities may have different priorities on how those choices get made, end quote. But no such quarter will be given in a second Trump term. And if you'd prefer a DOJ that will defend and uphold voting rights, I got bad news for you on that front. Project 2025 would reorient the federal government's role from upholding voter rights to suppressing them. It takes specific aim at so-called mail-in ballot fraud and other types of voting registration that became targets of the big lie. Quote, with respect to the 2020 presidential elections, there were no DOJ investigations of the appropriateness or lawfulness of state election guidance. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State should have been and still should be investigated and prosecuted for potential violations, end quote. This paragraph is explicitly targeting specific officials whom Trump blames for his 2020 election loss. Again, what could go wrong? Project 2025's new era DOJ would cement long-standing grudges that Donald Trump holds against the various legal guardrails that he crashed into during his 4 years in office and in the years since. It would mutate the DOJ into nothing more than a crude beating stick for Trump and his allies to use against their perceived enemies. For more on this, I'm joined by Elie Mystal, justice correspondent for The Nation. He's also a former litigator and author of the book, Allow Me to Retort, A Black Guy's Guide to the Constitution. Elie, good to see you. There is a lot of disguised language within these pages. This, though, is a recipe book for the weaponization of...
His hair looks like one of those ducks that have an afro. Yeah. There we go. His hair looks exactly like that duck's hair.
Government against critics or anybody who encounters the justice system.
Yeah, when Donald Trump promises to prosecute his political enemies, Project 2025 explains how he's going to do it. But Ali, I want to go back to the top, back where you started with who wrote this particular section of this document, right? You said the man's name was Gene Hamilton. Gene Hamilton is the right-hand man of Stephen Miller, who is the unreconstructed ghoul that's on Donald Trump's shortlist to be the Attorney General of the United States and implement exactly this project should Trump get elected. So the idea that Trump doesn't know what's going on in this document simply does not pass its first contact with reality when his own advisors and potential picks for Attorney General are the ones writing the Attorney General section, right? And what is that section about? Ali, if you went and asked Trump, if you gave him a truth serum and you said, Donald Trump, show me on the doll where you were hurt.
Did you know about this?
Let me take a look, Mola. Bodies of Ukrainian prisoners of war are being returned to Ukraine without internal organs. This suggests that they could be used for organ transplants in Russia. This is not just a humanitarian issue, but constitutes a war crime under international law. The act of removing organs from POWs violates the Geneva Convention, which protect the dignity and rights of prisoners of war. Such actions, if confirmed, could be subject to international prosecution and sanctions. That's pretty fucked up. Wouldn't surprise me if they're just killing them to steal their organs. I mean, they're bombing children's hospitals, so yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. We receive not only tortured bodies, but bodies that unfortunately are without organs. This confirms the fact that the black market for organ transplantation in the Russian Federation is working. Wife of a Mariupol defender in meeting between the representatives of the families of Ukrainian POWs and the ambassador of Ukraine to Turkey. The wives of fallen defenders also called on Turkey as the patron country in resolving all humanitarian issues related to the exchange of prisoners of war to speak out. They emphasized that Russia still largely refuses to return and include the prisoners of war from Mariupol on the exchange list. The return of POW bodies without internal organs constitutes a war crime under international law. The act of removing organs from POW violates the Geneva Conventions, which protect the dignity and rights of prisoners of war. That's pretty fucked up. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
He would say the Department of Justice, right? He would say Jeff Sessions didn't stop the investigation into Russian interference. Instead, he recused himself. He would say Bill Barr didn't launch ridiculous investigations into election interference or argue that Trump won.
Camel donated $2. Yo, this is wild, LMFAO. What the actual fuck, LMFAO?
Urine and camel milk. Yeah, he's going to drink the camel milk.
Yeah, they're weird.
Just as there is the urine and saliva of the dog that is impure, in Islam, they believe that the urine of a camel is pure.
Yes, this is well known.
And there are traditions in both schools of thought, in Sunni Islam and in Shia Islam, whereby the Prophet Muhammad or the Ahlul Bayt are telling their companions that they can, if they're sick, if they must, they can use camel urine as a medicine because it does have medicinal properties.
Yes.
There still are people in Arab countries till this very day, in Arabia and in the UAE and Kuwait, and some of these Gulf countries that very much do still practice this.
Yeah, that's very strange. They have canned camel urine in Saudi Arabia.
هذا العلاج يا الربع ما شاء الله ذكر الله صلوا على رسول الله
ناجح حليم مصغر ووزر هذا الفرصة بسم الله.
That's pretty gross.
Did you know that some people drink camel pee as a traditional remedy? Camel pee and camel milk is consumed in the Middle East and North Africa. You can also find it here in Mauritania. The pee is used as a traditional remedy for many things, including curing infections and even cancer.
I hear
Camel urine does not cure cancer.
that they do it. The old people, they do that because they believe that if they drink that, they can be like in good condition, in good health. Well, like medicine. But now I think the people, they just drink the milk.
Although drinking pee isn't that common, drinking camel milk is quite normal here. You can buy it from the camel herders who sell it straight from the camel's teat. Good. I think it tastes like normal milk. I think it's good.
Yeah, drink more. This is for you guys.
I think you have to drink the whole thing. Is it good?
No.
That's gross. Thanks for the donation, Camel.
If we account for your body weight, your 405 bench is not that impressive.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Thanks for the donation, Callian. Autistic Virgin donated $2. Hamza is an absolute bitch, LMFAO. Let me see. Dude, it's not that high. He's scared of jumping from there? Bro, I dove off an Olympic diving board once. It hurt when I smacked the water. I'm not a good diver, but like, this guy's afraid of diving from that height? Really?
Close your eyes and jump.
Dude, that's like 1.5 times his body height. That's not very tall. That is like at most twice his body length. That is not high at all. Let's So the perspective is kind of warped here because they're at an angle upwards, but still let's see. Is he like weirdly afraid of heights or something? Because that's really, really like pussy style. Wait, no, that's not. Yeah, that's not affecting the. So we were to brush. So that's roughly his body height. Yeah, that's like around twice his body height. So yeah, I think he's right at 6 feet tall, maybe slightly taller. I think he said he's like 6'1". That's about 12 feet. That's nothing. Like, children can do this. Why is he being such a pussy? Oh my god. The fuck? It's already been 5 minutes. He's too scared to do it. And then some fat white lady walks up and just does it. Oh my god. You're kidding me. He still can't do it.
Stay up there.
Dude. 17 minutes, and he still won't jump.
Go, go, go.
Wow. What a pussy, dude. That's hilarious. Gohan, let me see. Good advice?
For guys who are chasing aesthetics, they probably don't need to bulk. And I'm not saying you don't need to gain weight, but what I'm saying is if you're underweight and thin, you can probably focus on just lean gains.
Good advice?
And again, this is kind of a revelation I've come to over the years as coaching, both observing some of the newer studies that have come out, as well as observing my own clients over the years, particularly my clients who were weight class athletes, who I needed to keep them inside of a weight class, and we did very, very conservative bulks, enough that people wouldn't really count them as bulks, you know, gaining 10 pounds in a year, then cutting again. Right? 10 pounds in a year is really nothing because the fat gain is almost insignificant because you figure a lot of that's muscle. And these same people would then cut down. They would regress, though, when they would cut part of that 10 pounds. And then as they came back up, they would surpass where they were. I mean, for example, like I had one guy...
You don't need much of a surplus to gain muscle, and we know you can build muscle while in a deficit. So bulking to a much higher body weight is not necessary for most people. So yeah, you can stay relatively lean and build plenty of muscle.
Start at 170, bulk him to about 180, 181, then we'd cut down to 170 again and repeat. And we would do that bulk over 9 or 10 months every year. We did this like 3 years in a row. And, you know, his squat would go down a little, but then by the time he got back to say 175, he would be hitting PRs on the squat again. Okay, so in other words, he would regain all the strength he lost on the cut. But I began to eventually, you know, ask the question of, do these people really need to even bulk 10 pounds a year? If they are only capable of gaining, you know, like 3 pounds of muscle a year as advanced lifters, this guy was like a 500-pound squatter by the time I was done with him, do they really need to be doing that at all? Is it necessary to gain fat if you're not shredded? And I'm going to say no. For people who aren't.
Yeah, so he's right. You don't need to get fatter. You're just at a normal body weight. Let me see.
A ruptured Achilles is known to be the most feared injury in all of sports.
I heard a pop.
And Durant grabbing that right leg.
My whole basketball career just flashed before my eyes.
You've had a pretty unbelievable career. Is this the biggest disappointment of it?
Yeah, by far.
Over 30% of athletes fail to return to play, and the ones that do rarely ever perform the same. It's truly life-changing.
I don't have the explosion. I don't have the ability to get up on my toe.
I'm going to experience this injury for an entire day to see how it impacts my life. Say goodbye to my Achilles tendon because starting now, it's torn to shreds. Why do I have a feeling I should swap the night? Shower. It's just you're going to have to put stuff in one of the stars. Talk about it. Oh my God. back.
That is a stupid video. Who the fuck watches his stupid ass fucking, like, almost 500k views to just pretend that you're in a cast? What the fuck?
An election that he lost, right? Donald Trump has an active kind of PTSD over what the Department of Justice did to him while he was president. And so as president, again, if somebody should have the terrible idea of reinstalling him in power, his entire plan is to cower.
What are you animals doing? Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Now let's continue with this ongoing crusade, capital to all water.
No, dog poop does not contaminate our water supply. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Or the DOJ and make them jump to his own rules, and he'll do that through Stephen Miller and through many of the ideas that you've outlined in this project, right? In this segment,
and some
right?
of them have nothing to do with conservative thinking at all. This election denial nonsense and the specific reference to the Pennsylvania Secretary of State is simply the retribution stuff that you just talked.
I feel like if I don't gain half a pound to 1 pound a week, I don't get bigger. My bench went up a lot, but my arms are exact same size after 1 month. Should I eat more? 'Cause I think I'm just getting stronger.
It's incredibly unlikely that if you gain a substantial amount of strength, you haven't also gained a substantial amount of muscle, especially if you're training above the 5 rep range. So if you've increased your 5 RM on like a bench or your 10 RM, like you're gonna have a bigger chest. If you've increased your 5 or 10 RM on a squat, you're gonna have bigger legs. So unless you're like maxing out nervous system adaptations and you're only really training, you know, in the 3 rep range, or you're trying to just hit big heavy singles, you're gonna gain muscle if you're like 5 or 10 or 15 RM increases. You're also, like, especially for something like biceps, it takes a very long time to get bigger arms. But again, if you're like 10 RM on a bicep curl is increasing, your arms are certainly gaining in size. It's just that, you know, you're not going to add an inch to your arm in a matter of weeks. So if you're still getting stronger, I wouldn't really worry about it. If your strength is stagnating, then sure. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
Talked about the beef, the PTSD about the Department of Justice. Got nothing. There's no conservative thinking that would suggest that a particular Secretary of State at a particular point in time in a particular state should have done a particular thing.
There are like 2 or 3 paragraphs in there about Hunter Biden. All right, like there 2 things can be true at the same time, right? One, Project 2025 is a recipe and a blueprint for fascism. Also true, it's extremely petty. It's extremely small-minded, and it's extremely vindictive, and you see that throughout the document. But one thing you didn't bring up in your opening segment was that as you go further into the document, you do start to see a lot of these conservative culture war issues, right? They want to prosecute.
I like this girl's bum. It's a cute bum.
That is a nice bum. It is cute. Yeah, she does have a cute bum. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
people who help people get abortions, but they don't want to prosecute people who violate the rights of people to access abortions at clinics in states where it's still legal, right? They want to give a free rein to parents who intimidate and threaten school board members, and in particular, they want to change the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice into a division that sues on behalf of white people, claiming that white people have been denied equal protection whenever a company hires a black or brown person or a woman for a position. It's like that their whole like DEI thing, that's also in this project, where they are going to now sue people for daring to hire a non-white heterosexual male. It's both terrifying and extremely clownish and petty, and we have to be able to understand both of those things at the same time, and we have to hopefully vote appropriately for the kind of country we want to see. Do we want to have lawyers making decisions about who should be prosecuted, or do we want to have vengeful dictators making decisions about who should be prosecuted?
And that's the problem with this document, because you've really got to read so much of it for it to make sense, because it's all over the map. But there's all of that stuff that you've mentioned is contained herein. Ellie, good to see you as always. Thank you. Ellie Mistel, justice correspondent at The Nation, author of Allow Me to Retort, a Black Guy's Guide to the Constitution. All right.
Tyson pressured them, I would love to see that. Our conversations always lean in the direction of affectionate and sexual, and she sent me a lot of sexually explicit Snapchats, messages, photos, and videos. Our relationship was very confusing to me, and I didn't fully realize I was being coerced at the time. Okay, so they say they were being coerced 100%. She eventually flew me out to her home in Greenville with a one-way ticket while I was still under the impression that she would be getting me in a video with Mr. Beast. The first night at her house, she told me to set up in her bedroom, as I would be sleeping in there with her. I thought this was potentially the beginning of a relationship. When we went to bed together that night, we ended up cuddling and kissing, which led to her taking her clothes off and asking for oral sex from me. I went down on her expecting to engage in sex that would be reciprocated, but when I was done, she made it clear that she did not want to return any favors to me. I was hoping that would not be the case the next time we hooked up, and I believe we would be moving to something more mutual. Over the course of the next week, Ava engaged with me sexually and ended up receiving oral pleasure several times, but she never reciprocated any sexual favors in return when I was done. I was too scared to directly
Have you done the call-in with Turkey Tom's viewers yet? No, not yet.
ask for anything in return, and she took advantage of that. Once again, thanks for the traumatizing mental image of Chris Tyson getting head.
Okay, I don't know.
Amazing. But apart from that, what they're describing here, at least in this particular interaction, is not sexual assault whatsoever. It's a one-sided sexual relationship, and that is not assault. At any point, Muskina could have said, no, I don't want to do that. If Chris Tyson then responded with, no, you will do it or you will not get a job, then that would be wrong, of course, and that would be a clear abuse of that work, relationship, potential relationship, right? But these people were sexual apparently before the prospect of getting a job even happened. And they themselves don't even say that Chris explicitly pressured them or said, hey, you need to do this for me or you won't have a job. They just say they believe it happened and they feel that way. But I have no proof. So how am I supposed to believe this accuser, Muskina, or condemn Chris for this particular situation? I'm having a hard time understanding where the assault is. Now, obviously, we have to acknowledge here that sometimes workplace sexual relationships can have an abuse of power involved, even if that person is not explicitly like, if you do not suck my dick, you will not get a job. Sometimes stuff like that can happen, and I'm going to look for proof of that further on in this allegation. But once again, I don't have any proof of that yet. All I've seen here is that this person was offered a job by Chris, their friend, who was, they were gooning together apparently. They decided to give Chris head at one point because they wanted to, and Chris didn't reciprocate, which made them upset that it was a one-sided thing. And once again, maybe this is just building context for when the actual assault will happen. So let's keep reading. The day she first posted that she was on HRT was also the first week I was there. After making her post, Jimmy called her later that night while Ava was receiving oral from me. Oh my god. She answered the phone and had that conversation with Jimmy while I continued to perform oral on her. I was again now given access to very private information, which made me feel special. Something that happened consistently throughout a relationship. Mr. Beast getting a call from Chris while they were getting head. I mean, man, what a mental image once again. But pushing that aside, like, yeah, a relationship or talking to someone will make you feel special, regardless of if there's employment involved, because you now know intimate details about that person. But that does not mean that there was any abuse of that power or their dynamic. It just means you got to know Chris. Chris told you about their life, wanted you to give him head, and you did it, and you wanted him to give you head, and he didn't do it. I'm very open here to the idea that Chris abused the relationship dynamic. We already know Chris blurs boundaries that shouldn't be blurred in other situations, but is this person a victim is the biggest question I must ask. Is this individual accuser a real victim? After almost a week, I was starting to feel really used and confused about everything. While I was there, I found out through conversation between Ava, myself, and her friend that she did not have the ability to cast anyone in a Mr. Beast video. I eventually asked Ava to buy me a ticket home and flew home the next day, leaving leaving Ava's house was incredibly difficult to process emotionally after that week. I remember trying to hold myself together while traveling so I wouldn't break down in public. When I got home, I spent the rest of the night crying uncontrollably without fully understanding what happened to me. What happened to you? You were willing to give head, and by your own account, apparently at some point you found out that Ava wasn't actually able to specifically cast you the way that you wanted, and that is what made you upset. The fact that you thought that sucking this person's dick would give you a job, and in reality, apparently it didn't. But that seems to never have been an expectation that Chris pushed on you, from what I can tell. Once again, waiting for more evidence. We're gonna read this entire thing, so maybe I'm wrong and I'll have to correct myself in this video. But so far, haven't seen any of that. Without fully understanding what happened to me. You sucked a dick. That's what happened, and you wanted it.
Today, we're gonna see if this straight person can survive as
Being gay
for
for 24 hours.
And if they can, they'll get $10 million.
Ava and I remain in contact, but she did not show me the same level of attention and affection that she did before I spent a week with her. This is the first time we went through a cycle of her love bombing me, using me, falling for someone else, treating me like I'm an annoying, jealous ex, and then coming back when things didn't work out. Now, if Ava did that, obviously that's not that nice, and realistically, these emotions
Then don't date this person.
are fine to feel if you feel used. You know, if you feel like Ava is like, oh, you know, just suck me off, give me head, and then like treating you very nice, and then later on they're not really reciprocating that kind of attention. That's not a super nice thing to do, but it's not sexual assault. And you also claim here that Chris was holding this job over your head. Like if you didn't do what they said, you would not get a job. We have no proof of that happening. You don't even claim that Chris explicitly said anything like that, and this is all based on how this person claims to feel at this time. And frankly, someone's feelings without evidence aren't really something that I necessarily believe in unless I can establish a pattern of behavior, which we are really looking for here. You know, I really don't like Chris Tyson very much. I think the audience, all of you are probably on board with me on that. But with any specific allegation, I'm still looking for proof that something happened. And here, I don't have it, frankly. And even beyond that, at this point, they say that they themselves didn't even get a job at this point in time after doing sexual stuff with Chris. So where is the assault? Where's the abuse of the power dynamic? The most I can read into, if all the claims about specific events are true, and I'm giving them a lot of leeway here, is that Chris basically pumped and dumped Muskina. Is that nice? No, but I don't really care. Once again, though, we don't have the full story, so let's keep going. Shortly after that first week, she went on a trip to Japan and invited someone else, but things did not turn out the way she expected.
And I got a phone call. I was invited to a Mr. Beast shoot out in Tokyo. Now, at the time, oh my God, I'll give you context. I was hanging out with someone called Soda at the time that had flown in from the States to meet me.
That's the Jean Hollywood.
Who was another close friend that I had that was in like sort of
goon clown.
The industry. And so we went to Tokyo. We all went. We went shopping and we hung out and we took this selfie. I thought that I was invited pretty much just for fun, but not really, apparently. See, this person in the middle here is called Soda. This year, on my birthday, weirdly enough, I've made this tweet, which has now since been deleted.
Finally gonna talk about this because it doesn't involve me and I don't want anyone involved. I invited someone to Japan because I was going through it mentally. My test levels were 650, my E was 250 at the time, so I invited the person I was kind of friends with because they had just started HRT and I also had a crush on them. They asked me if they could bring a friend, and since it was a Mr. Beast video, I said yes because there would be downtime. I met the person maybe 3 times total before I realized they were into each other, and I left because I felt like I had been used for a free date to Japan. It was kind of left as a third wheel. Never talked to them again except for reply on Twitter because
How long am I streaming for? I'm not sure yet.
there's one picture of us in the same picture. People call me a file. So they're saying that Finster and John Hollywood were like porning. They were doing stuff. Ooh. She was upset and flew back early from her trip, and she also offered me a job as her assistant and offered me to move in with her. I quit my job that month and moved in with her on June 16th and began working that day. I was supposed to start with a 2-week trial. And then they show a screenshot here where they say that they're both looking forward to seeing each other when this encounter is going to happen. During this trial period in my employment, Ava continued to receive oral sex from me multiple times, and I started to feel like I was being coerced. Because I started feeling that way, I decided to try and avoid any physical engagement between Ava and I that could lead to more one-sided sexual acts. I took a short trip to my home state at the end of July and returned on July 28th. When I got back, I continued to do my best to avoid anything physical, sexual between Ava and I. Once again, this person is claiming that they were assaulted by Chris Tyson. Sexual assault is like a huge claim. The term they use is sexual assault, and their biggest real complaint seems to be that Chris liked getting head and didn't want to give it. This is not SA. I'm sorry, it's not sexual assault. It's just not. But now we get to the claim that the majority of people are saying maybe SA. So let's get into that. It's one particular night. On July 29th, they say they were watching TV together in Chris's living room. With no warning, prior physical engagement, or sexual conversation, she took off her pants and started touching herself in front of me. I had just moved in with Ava and left my job to come work as her assistant. In no way, shape, or form did I feel like I could say no without somehow risking my job or being asked to leave. She used that against me in order to receive non-consensual oral sex. Okay, so even besides the fact there's no proof, this person at no point has ever claimed that Chris pressured them in any specific way. They say Chris took out their dick and they then decided to suck it. Like, I just, am I going crazy here? Like, am I somehow the most wrong person ever? Is there something in here where I can show that Chris Tyson was pressuring this person with this work relationship to do things with them? I mean, they say here that they felt they were coerced. That's your feeling. But do I have reason to believe that Chris pressured you in any way? Do I have reason to believe that Chris was abusing this dynamic? Workplace pressuring can happen. But from the story Muskina tells, they liked Chris liked them, they had degenerate gooning sessions together consensually, and Chris, as their friend, also offered them a job. Did you say no to the sexual stuff? Did you say you didn't want it to happen? And then Chris was like, you do it or else. Do it or else. You have to do it. No, I can't see that. If that did happen, then that would be some form of misconduct. But I have yet to see that anywhere. Like, they describe this as non-consensual oral sex. Where is consent not given? At what point am I supposed to believe that Chris felt you didn't want to do this? You admitted to consenting earlier. Chris probably thought you wanted to do it again, and then you did it. You sucked that.
Well, yeah, this is the typical I sucked the dick and then afterwards I regretted doing it, so therefore I was raped. Yep. I love those kinds of stories.
That thing, okay? Imagine, never mind, don't imagine that. But seriously, the way this is framed from the beginning is so much worse than the reality of what I'm reading. If this is even what happened, which I have very little proof for, outside of a few screenshots that kind of corroborate the timeline happening. But as far as Chris pressuring, there's nothing here. But let's keep going. Once again, I'm trying to be a responsible guy here. Maybe there's something here that, you know, shows some kind of workplace abuse, okay? Maybe. This is the moment that truly broke me for the first time. Nothing was enjoyable. It felt like it would never end, and my entire body just hurt from performing the act. It took me a few days to fully accept what had happened. Unfortunately, I was dealing with all these emotions while on a work trip traveling the country.
If you don't want to suck the dick, then don't suck the dick.
spending most of my time with people I just met. The trip itself was very isolating as an employee, and there were several times where I broke down crying. I was on a 3-hour car trip to the airport with 3 people I just met, and I spent the entire drive crying but trying to be as quiet as possible. I didn't bother anyone. I then had to wait and board an overnight flight from Boston to LA. When I boarded the plane, I decided to send Ava a message on Telegram sharing my concerns with her. I tried to do so carefully and navigate the conversation in a way that would stop me from being assaulted again, but allow me to keep my job. All right, guys.
Yeah, so because she regretted doing something she chose to do, it's sexual assault. Okay, I don't take this person seriously. Yep. I love how women can play that game where, well, after I did it, I regretted doing it, so it's rape. Okay. These people are just ridiculous. I regretted my job at McDonald's, so I should be able to sue McDonald's for slavery. Stupid. Oh, wait. Whoops. Wrong one. There we go. Well, we've been having issues with Tekken 8, but I'll try the compatibility mode again, but if that fails, I don't know what else to do. Enrique Rodriguez, donated $2, very cringe.
Do you pay taxes? You pay taxes. $100 million of European Union money went to fund this Olympic Games. Your money, your tax money. Cameraman, your tax money. Police officers, your tax money.
Your money to mock Jesus Christ.
Our God. That's not okay. This looks good? You like it? The police are trying to do their jobs, obviously. Respect to the police officer, their tax money paid for this abomination. We just came here to let the French know that we're extremely unhappy.
The Olympic Games are in Romania, so none of these people's tax money funded the Olympic Games.
How they spent our European Union money. I hope you're all as unhappy as I am, and thanks for coming out. I think we made our point.
Well, that is highly stupid. Thanks for the donation, Enrique Rodriguez. Would you ever play Power Wash Simulator on stream? Maybe. Wouldn't be opposed to it.
All available troops have been dispatched and are moving to Yakushima. We'll slow down Jin Kazuma and draw out the rebel army. Then take them all out at Yakushima. I assume that's the plan?
ジンは殺すな。俺が直接始末する。
I've scouted a few fighters from the tournament who could prove useful.
Mudada, アザゼルよ。貴様の力は間もなく完全に俺のものになる。貴様も俺の中で溶けてゆけ。
So groß ist Kazuya Mishimas Kraft, dass sie selbst Azazel, seinen Schöpfer, zu verzehren vermochte. Seine Macht muss weitaus größer sein als die Azazels.
ジンが力を取り戻しても一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
ザフィーナさんが言っていた魔を清めるための道しるべ、そこにかけるしかないのでしょうか。
そういえばクラウディオさんも悪魔を払う力を持っているんでしたよね。
Vielleicht könnten solche Kräfte jene von Devil bändigen oder gar bannen.
Und wenn Jin diese Kraft zu finden vermag?
立ち止まっている暇はない。今はジンを信じて俺たちにできることをするぞ。
ちの家系図やん。あんたいつの間に？狭い狭い。
パンダが仲間外れはかわいそうでしょ。
わかったからあんま詰めてくんな。で、このジュンってのがジンのお母さんやな。
Oui, mais il y a 7 ans, la lignée principale de la famille Kazama a été exterminée par quelqu'un qui a attaqué Yakushima. Jun Kazama a disparu.
鬼だ。母を殺し、森を焼き、俺から全てを奪っていった。
そんな。
June is still alive in this game, though, so...
Nous sommes sur le point d'atterrir à Yakushima.
Should end up meeting June.
縦に分かれるって話やったな。
Oui, Asuka et moi observerons l'armée de la G Corporation.
シャオユーとパンダちゃんはジンのおもりを頼むで。
That's a nice panda.
ねえ、ジンは小さい頃になりたかったものとかある？私はね、自分の遊園地を作って園長になるのが夢だったよ。世界中の人を幸せにしたかったんだ。
世界中か。随分と欲張りだな。だが悪くはない。
それでジンはどうだったの？
夢は特になかった。母さんや屋久島の自然を守れればそれでいいと、それだけを願っていた。
Some advice indeed. Donated $2. If you a broke ass personal trainer for a large gym chain, how'd you make a 6-month plan to escape wage slavery, start a new job or business that gives you freedom, flexibility? Could also be remote. I would just try to find a way to train people like one-on-one and just collect all the profit. So make your own website, do some advertising on Facebook, try to find either gyms in the area that allow for outside trainers that don't take a big chunk of the profit, or train people at their own home gyms, or maybe have your own home gym to train people at, stuff like that. I don't really like when you ask advice like this, it's really weird because I mean, anybody could give you a million different answers. Like they could say, oh, well, do day trading of like crypto, like, you know, buy $500 worth of Bitcoin, and then by the end of the day, like it'll go up, and then you make like a 1% profit, and like, I don't know. There's a lot of ways to make money, dude. You can work part-time doing Uber Eats and shit after you do your personal training, have multiple jobs for a while. There's a lot of things you can do. Like the only general advice I can give for you is just be creative. Money is everywhere, so as long as you use creativity, you can get some extra change. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
いつもここで母さんと手合わせしていた。稽古の後は母さんが作った弁当を一緒に食べて。
ジン、私とも手合わせしてもらっていい？原点をたどれってザフィーナさんも言ってたでしょ。だからお願い。
All right, let's beat up a little girl.
Fight. こうして拳を交えるのも久しぶりだな。
Fuck. Fucking cunt. What a bitch, dude. This is supposed to be a sparring session. The hell? Suck my dick. Did you watch the Tekken anime? I saw the original. I think I have a new one. I didn't see the new one.
やるな、シャオユ。俺も負けてはいられないな。まだまだ。Fight.
A non-cookie cutter hypothetical question. What if Adolf Hitler was alive and only genocided pedophiles?
I wouldn't really have a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter Sarah Safari. Fuck. No!
It just gets better. The hype is so real.
Let me see.
You got a second?
What's up?
I need to talk to you.
What do you need?
There's a complete emergency going on and you don't believe me. And you need to go home, put on your air conditioner, keep your family safe.
Are you
Tell
safe?
everybody you know.
Are you
and
safe?
Call the news station.
Are you safe?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Go, go. I gotta hurry up.
Yes.
All right.
Pray
I
for
need
Jesus.
you, buddy.
We need
I'm
Jesus.
counting on you.
I'm going home.
You've been called.
Yes.
Your mission is now.
Thank you.
Go.
Let's go!
Well, that lady's crazy. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Okido.
You lose.
God damn it.
Fight. こうして拳を交ぜるのも久しぶりだな。
Ugh. How do you do those dumb special moves? Uh,
シャオユ。俺も負けてはいられないな。ま
だまだ。
Fight.
What the fuck?
私ジンが昔とは変わっちゃったんじゃないかって怖かった。でもジンは私の好きなジンのままだった。守りたいものを見失わないでね。
小雨。
島ん中には鬼がおる。
この子守歌は昔母さんが歌ってくれた。
ジン、あの木に何かあるの？
原点。この先に手がかりが。
Wow, that little girl really beat him up.
G 社軍の狙いはおそらく2つ。一つは風間陣の確保、もう一つは陣を守ろうと動く我々の殲滅だ。
これが G 社の戦力展開予想図だ。俺たちは小隊に分かれ、各エリアの主力部隊を叩く。
一人当たり10人くらいですね。
ですが G さんを失うわけにはいきません。
G 社は大会に出場した格闘家たちを雇い入れていると聞く。
そうであっても必ず陣を守り抜く。それに心強い助っ人もいる。
必ず戻るって今度は言ってくれたもんね。この音はまさか。
Oh, is the little girl gonna take on all the jack robots?
Jin Kazama will have to face great difficulties. When the time comes, you must protect him.
はい、必ず。ジンは私が守る。
Fight.
Faye. Faye. It's okay. Oh, someone growling. It's okay. Fuck. Penis Donatilla as well. You could agree with her. Could you debate or block Hannah moron vegan? I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, Penis. Okay, just a second. I have to check on Faye. She is barking at stuff. Ugh. No. No. In a month. All right.
Nani? 母さん。いいジン。風間の拳は大事な人を守るためにあるのよ。わかった。じゃあ僕、母さんを守るよ。
ここは一体。
The newest suppression weapon is nearly ready.
Understood.
全員揃ったようだな。
Ihr werdet...
I can't let Kazuya go about doing whatever he wants. And I want to offer Jin my help.
共に戦ってくれること、改めて感謝する。
国連軍も到着済みだ。
Those look like nice bikes.
Juste à temps pour la fête.
いよいよだな。これより我々は G 社兵力との戦闘に突入する。戦力差は圧倒的だ。苦戦を強いられるのは間違いない。だが我々は悪魔に支配される未来を望まない。
Le destin du monde repose sur vos épaules.
全軍突撃！
This doesn't make much sense. What the fuck?
この程度で手こずっていてはジンに合わせる顔がない。
Nous partons pour l'objectif, bravo. Commandant Lars, je vous laisse vous charger de ça.
Resistance is futile. Surrender at once. Let's show everyone what we're made of. You're completely outnumbered.
You really think you stand a chance against us?
I'm glad you're the one that's got my back.
このエリアは抑えた。次へ進め。
Why don't they use guns? I don't get it.
新兵装バイオレットスーツの力を見せてあげよう。これだけいればいいデータが取れそうだね。さあ、かかってきたまえ。
This is super awkward.
遠距離からの攻撃に注意してください。B さんの新兵装、すごいです。
これがバイオレットスーツの力か。
このスーツの進化はまだまだこんなものではないよ。バラの花が舞うエクセレントな機能も備わっているのさ。
素敵な機能ですね。私も欲しいです。
本当に必要なのか、その機能は。
囲まれないよう気をつけてください。さすがです。
It's time to get serious, Lee. Fight!
Yeah, serious indeed.
Of course.
What the hell? Is that a ninja in their ranks?
A ninja? You've got to be kidding me!
The mission is going well. How about on your end?
Battle's in our favor. We're suppressing the enemy.
Excellent! 国連軍もなかなかやるじゃないか。
ああ、頼もしい限りだ。
Of course. We've been through worse than this countless times.
敵の増援です。
Ici Victor. Fais attention, Raven. Des renforts ennemis arrivent sur toi. Bien. Je ne me fais pas trop de soucis pour ta position.
Yes, sir.
Get down! I've been hit!
Shots fired! Get down! Get down!
I'll show them the guns are of no use against ninjas. Great. How trivial. Resuming mission.
Creí que había conectado ese golpe.
Du bist doch Azucena von der Ortiz Farm. Stehst du jetzt auf der Seite der G-Corporation?
En fin. Si estás con la corporación G, será una excelente publicidad para mi café. Además, ¿no crees que el café ayudará a alcanzar la paz mundial?
She's pretty obsessed with coffee.
Te interpones entre la paz mundial y yo.
Hä? Du behandelst mich wie ein Verbrecher?
Hey,
Fight!
Uno, dos, tres. Nada mal.
Oh my god.
Divertámonos más. Arriba. No está mal. Por cierto, ¿cómo me conoces?
Es gibt auf der ganzen Welt keinen Kaffeeliebhaber, der dich nicht kennt.
Oh, ¿eres amante del café? Claro, lo suponía. Por cierto, ¿de dónde eres? Espera, déjame adivinar. Tu cara me dice Kilimanjaro.
What the fuck
¿Alemania?
is
Tal
this?
vez no.
Deutschland.
I don't know how to activate heat, okay?
Entonces, el nuevo producto será la mezcla matutina de Azucena. Lo pondré a la venta en Alemania. Hasta luego.
Was hat sie nur vor?
Law. Why are you with G Corporation?
It's your fault I'm standing here right now.
What are you talking about?
You promised we'd split the tournament prize, remember? Paul, I expect you to keep your promise now that you beat me.
Hmm? Yeah, I won't let him go unchecked. Oh. Oh!
Pay up, jerk.
Shut up! There's none left!
Fight!
Money is Sing!
Fuck. Why did I do a grab?
Sing! Sing! Shut up with all the talk about money! I'll never pay you!
He makes it sound like it's no big deal.
Hell! Sing! Sing! Let's go! Up two! Two! Two!
Ooh, Kuma.
Kuma!
Oh my god.
You saved me.
إذن سيرجي دراغونوف يقودهم. Laissez-moi m'en charger. Nous avons des affaires à régler.
I can cause a commotion and try to distract them.
هيا بنا.
こちらアリサ。赤い武装の兵士は G 社の精鋭です。気をつけてください。
مفهوم. شكرا على المعلومة.
Watch out for artillery fire!
Fire! Hey, watch it! Those G-Corps guys. Who brings a tank to a fight?
Ça prouve à quel point la menace est sérieuse.
هذا يثبت أنهم يعتبرون جين كازاما تهديدا. لهذا السبب علينا حمايته.
Compris. Je vous laisse vous en occuper.
敵の増援です。強力な個体が混じっています。
Are you talking about those red ones?
لجميعهم النهاية نفسها الهزيمة.
さすがです。この調子なら。
Great. King. Fight.
こちらアリサ。強力な近接攻撃をしてくる敵がいるようです。警戒を。赤いジャック7は出力が強化されているようです。注意してください。
They just keep coming no matter how many we take down.
Just our luck. They're all elite. This isn't gonna be easy.
King. Yeah, that's right. We got the one and only king on our side.
Yeah! We're not going down without a fight!
Doesn't make sense. We outnumber and outgun them.
Great.
And yet...
Fight.
こちらアリサ。銃を構えた兵士が多くいます。気をつけてください。
I'm too fast to get caught by a bullet.
Multiple enemies spotted. Don't let them surround you.
Where the hell did they come from? Someone take the sniper down ASAP!
There are more of them than I thought. That doesn't change my plans. They're all going down.
Great.
Dodo donate $2. When are you going to play a horror game? Soon, I guess. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Cela faisait longtemps. ange blanc de la mort. Fight! Bon appétit. Tu es toujours sur notre chemin. Le lien qui unit nos destins prend fin aujourd'hui. Ainsi se brise le lien qui unissait nos destins. Il est très fort pour s'enfuir. Ici Victor, mission accomplie. Quelle est votre situation, Lars?
こちらラス、増援部隊が多く苦戦中だ。
ラス、島全体のスキャンが完了しました。
ジンたちの居場所は分かったか？
はい。シャオヨウさんが G 社軍からジンさんを守っているようです。ただ、ジンさんの意識レベルが異常値を示しています。何か胸騒ぎがします。
アリサ、リー、ここで敵の排除に当たってもらえるか？預かろう。アリサ、ジンの居場所を端末に送ってくれ。
そう言うと思って送信済みです。
ありがとう。二人とも頼んだぞ。
将浴血前去。Why do you seek your own destruction?
力量方是至高无上之根本。
Fight. You seek power, but the wrong goal will lead to destruction.
Olawale donate tell us here's some cringe for Hannah to goon to. Okay, thanks for the donation, Olawale. Appreciate it.
Suppression weapon Jack 8, ready for deployment.
Roger that. Deploy it once.
まだこの島に残っていて大丈夫なのかニーナ・ウィリアムズ
It seems you're very well informed. So, tell me more about yourself.
がっかりさせてくれるなよ今度は G 社か変わり身が早いね
Being tested. You're finished. Don't tell me you're done.
なかなかやるじゃないか
Fuck. Thank fuck. What's the most mad I've ever been? I don't know, man. I've been pretty mad.
いい腕だ私が何者か理解できたか
I see. You're Mishima's... My job with G Corporation is finished. I'm done here.
どうだ
Favorite Tekken character? It'd have to be Kazuya.
I'm willing to negotiate. If it's after my vacation.
Fight!
Fuck. What? What are some of these fucking moves? Well, that's that then. Alright, I'm feeling kind of sick. So, I think I'm gonna end stream now and just relax. Take care of the animals. Jasmine isn't home right now. She's off camping with a friend. But, Oh. Yeah. I'm going to just do some relaxing, and I'll see you guys later. I might do like a really early morning stream. I might be back around like 1, 2 in the morning, something like that. We'll see. Jasmine isn't home, so I can make as much noise and crap as I want, so I'll probably be up later, so if any of you are awake, just check your notifications. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on when I'm on in any case, and I'll see you all later.